Hello, everybody, and welcome to DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night shows on the stream tonight. And we are getting set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show because it is 28 February 2024. Hope everybody out there is having a great day, getting everything good to go over here. Uh, the guys will be here pretty soon. So, sit back, relaxed, or go get yourself something to eat. Keep us tuned in. We will be here any time now, waiting for them to show up. Hey there, Angelic Angel. Welcome to the stream. We'll be getting set up here real soon. Waiting for the crew to come in. They'll be here shortly. Just firing everything up. It takes me a little while to get everything going. Hope you've had a great stream over on Fortnite or doing your watch party. Do 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 do. Oh yeah. like to thank everybody out on all the platforms that are tuned in right now. We will be coming in here shortly with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. Then we go live and on the radio side, because all the shows that I do, unless it's a daily stream, they are all hybrid. Meaning that we do some video, and we also do terrestrial radio and internet radio. So we connect up to a lot of different platforms. So if you don't see a camera or someone on camera, don't be too displeased, because we have a lot of anons in my host group that don't like to, show their faces. And I'm kind of like that too. I have a face for radio. So, but I do, you do hear my voice, and you will hear their actual voices. Well, we're not doing any VTuber type voice in tonight. we don't do that. I haven't even had requests for that, which is great, because you just never know what you're going to get when you have folks in there. No, if Pokechi or one of the VTubers would come in and be a guest, I'm sure that they would use their VTuber voice for that, and that's fine. But that's not the norm for any of the shows that we do. Starting out, I'm sure we'll have some current events, commentary, and opinions with Censorship Sucks. Later on, we will have commentary, opinions, and paranormal to end us out on the night with the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show. Normally, if it's a on Wednesday, we have mostly serious stuff here on Wednesdays. But if you come in on the Sunday live shows that I do, and I stream out, you'll hear some comedy in there, and it's all improv, nothing scripted. They even pull me in from time to time, which is kind of interesting. So if you're out there and you don't like to even talk, you can spam some emotes. I don't care. I just want to know you're there, and we have listeners. So that's important to me, because as a radio guy, listenership is more important than communication between chat and everything. But it is important to get when we're on break, like before shows and doing after shows and that. I really like it when everybody takes and tries to do back and forth, even between the chat, answer questions, or if someone has a comment, I always pass the comments along. Anytime you put a comment out there, I'll pass it on to the host to let them know, hey, this is what folks think, and this is if you want to take and bring that up on air, that's up on the host, because I produce the shows, and then I come back and after they're all said and done, I clean them up, edit them, and put them in a different little format, and then archive them separately. This stream tonight has both shows all in one stream, so there won't be any breaks, other than hey, I'm switching over from one show to another. Hold on, folks. I'm hanging up with Censorship Sucks and getting ready to connect up with the all new Cafe Enigma. You'll hear that later on. So, do 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 do. Looks like all the streams are running out there really good, so I'm happy with that. If anybody's having problems or difficulties hearing anything on the show, or it looks glitchy, let me know so I can try to correct it for later on. Do 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 do. And it looks like they're all ready to go. So let me try joining the call here. Probably have to switch over on my OBS. Sometimes Skype does this little double take thing where, oh no, it didn't. How about that? Let's try joining the call. Mm-hmm. Sometimes things take a little time, but we'll get it going and it'll work out. I love maxing my system out. Do 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 do. Come on, come on, come on. It's too early for problems. Oh, and by the way, if anybody didn't know this, a few days ago is the anniversary of Leonard Nimoy's passing away. God rest his. I think he passed away back in 2015. Do, 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 do. Come on, Skype. I don't know what is going on. Didn't have. Okay. Let's try this again over on Skype. Come on, Skype. What the hell? Already? Do 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 do. In process tree. Well, folks, this is starting out to be a great night already. Things that make me go, and then, Oh, boy. Well, let's see what happens here. All right. Do, 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 do. Of course. Of course. Do, 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 do. Not starting out great. That's why we always do a pre-show and make sure everything works before we actually get on the radio side. Come on, Skype. Get your ass moving. Maybe one day before we start the radio side, I can get this thing up and rolling. I had everything going good, I thought, apparently, but you never know what, updates, and then they put more and more, spyware and stuff anymore, so. But Skype is the program choice program by broadcasters, like TV stations and, even Fox and CNN and all those stations use Skype, so. What in the world? Looks like it's trying to log in, but, hey. It's just taking its sweet ass time. What in the world? by me. Stand by, folks. Where the fuck are you at? Fucking Skype. That's not what I want. You son of a fucking... Oh. What the hell? You son of a fucking bitch! Arrgh! The fuck is this? No, I don't want that! The fuck? No. I am so sorry, folks, for all this. Um, geez. Well, it's better to have technical issues early on than late. It's still trying to sign in. I don't know why. Jeez, Willikers. The hell is? Oh boy. Let's see. Will it allow me? No, it's gonna reconnect again. You gotta be kidding me. The hell? Oh boy. What a night already. Hey there, Game Boy 222, Game Playboy 2222. Welcome to the chat over on Kick. Come on. Oh. That's not what I fucking want. Come on. Come on. Folks, this is starting to be a nightmare. Sorry about that. Come on, Skype. Get with it. Come on, Mark. No, no. Yeah, folks, we are getting ready to start the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show, and I am having a hell of a time trying to connect our hosts up. I don't know why, but I've had this problem ever since they did this last update. Trying and trying and trying and trying again. Don't know what the problem is. But the people who take and run Skype, we are getting ready to come on air any second. Now my computer wants to lock up. Oh man, what a night. Mm, Hello and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. This is Mark, the producer. I am having a hell of a time trying to get our hosts connected. Uh, it software issues because of an update that went through a while back, and it's still not glitched out yet. So please, you know, relax. I'm gonna get them on. It's just gonna take some time. I don't know why this happens, but it does from time to time. Um, so please, folks, stand by while I keep working on this issue. Oh, now what? Oh boy. Okay. That was unexpected. I had a window pop up out of nowhere. I'm like, okay, why did that happen? I'm like, I didn't set that up. I'm trying to start the call, and it will not let me for some unforsaken reason. Oh boy. I'm even having problems getting Skype come up on my phone. So I don't know what's going on with that. I'm even having problems getting Skype come up on my phone. So I don't know what's going on with that. John, are you there? Hey, well, I'm on my phone. And I am having a.
Your microphone's on. Or your camera's on.
Well, my cam. Well, I'm
Camera's on. Yay.
yeah. Hold on. Yeah, like I want that. But no one can see me anyways because I'm on my phone. All right. Hold on. How do I turn the damn thing off? Anyways, um, I'm trying to get you guys to come up over here on Skype on the computer, but it's not letting me. I'm trying to join the call and trying to join the call. And I'm like, for Christ's sake, I've been trying to do this for like since I came on, basically.
Have you rebooted your computer?
Yeah, I did earlier. And ever since they did this new Skype update, ever since they did this Skype update, you know, it's like a mess. All right. Well, I have you right next to my microphone, and like, you guys can, at least try to do it that way until I can solve what's going on here with. I don't know. The one this.
So give us a countdown.
Yeah, you're live. You are live right now.
Okay, everyone, welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. Tonight we've got with us, of course, Bill Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Hey, good, man. Thank you. How about yourself?
And our next guest, I'm doing fantastic. Not as good as our next guest. You've all heard the proverbial statement, who's got two thumbs and a big eating grin?
That would be this guy right here.
Guest, Dr. 420, Mr. Crypto himself. Bitcoin at $60,000 today. Wow, how's that going for you?
Well, it's been pretty nice. I have to say, I've had a grin on my face all day. Absolutely. I woke up to a very nice surprise. I went to bed, it was like 55,000, and then woke up and it was at 61. We hit 64 today. Very nice. Very happy.
It's up 20-some% in 3 days?
Something like that. Yeah, it's quite impressive. Quite impressive.
Yeah,
but this is what happens when the big boys get involved.
This is what Bitcoin does. It's nothing new. It's been doing this for years and years, for over a decade now. This is what it does. You know, it goes up shocking amounts, and it goes down shocking amounts too, folks. So if you're out there thinking, boy, you know, the fear of missing out, you know, you're about to go for a ride. If you buy into that stuff, you're going to go for a ride, and I can never tell you where it's going to be down the road, but the pattern, the history shows massive runs every time we get into one of these halving events, and so that's part of the equation, the halving that's coming up in, what is it, June?
April, actually.
April, okay. The second thing is all the ETFs that are getting into the market, and there are some hurdles that banks have had in the past, institutional investors have had in the past to getting into Bitcoin have also been reduced. So, you know, just the sheer number of people, institutions that can get in. Barry, what are you eating? You're making so much noise, man. What are you doing?
I'm like 10 feet away from the mic, and you can hear that?
Oh, yeah, loud. Oh, yeah. Anyway, so let's talk about some of that stuff. Doc, we got the halving first. What is a halving? So,
Well, that's when the rewards for being a Bitcoin miner get cut in half, and that happens every approximately 4 years. It's kind of based on how many blocks each miner produces, but every 4 years or so, in about that range, the amount of rewards they get for solving a Bitcoin block reduces by half. This time we're going from, I believe it's 6.5 down to 3.25, I think. I think that's what it's going to. And so what that does is puts a big supply shock.
That doesn't sound bullish. That sounds bearish, not bullish.
Law of supply and demand. Bitcoin is a limited asset. There's only ever 21 million going to be minted. And so when that final mint happens, there will be no more Bitcoin. We have no finite resource on the planet. We have no finite investment vehicle out there on the market. Bitcoin is a finite item. And so when that supply gets reduced, the demand being what it is, again, you mentioned the ETFs and going into the bull market, what that ends up doing is compounding the price, giving you those exponential gains.
Okay, and when will the final Bitcoins get paid out for mining? What, you know, what year that's going to happen?
I think it's 100 years from now, but I can't remember exactly. Let me look it up for you real quick. But I think it's like 100 years from now.
But either way, every 4 years it cuts in half and half and half, and so in theory it could go on in perpetuity. But just, you know, ultimately,
until all of them are given out.
Yeah. It's deflationary too. We always talk about inflation because we can print money. This is a form of printing money into the Bitcoin system, but it's always getting smaller and diminishing. So it's non-inflationary, if that makes sense, right?
Correct. The supply is fixed, and so the only thing that can happen to the supply is it can once they're all mined, of course. Once they're all mined, the only thing that can happen to the supply is it can be reduced by people losing their coins. So that's something that's one of those things that people really don't calculate into this. There's quite a few coins that are already missing, several million actually.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine a number of years back. He was crying. This is like a decade ago. I want to say it was 7, 8 years ago. He lost his password. He just couldn't find it. Tearing his house apart, tearing everything apart. Couldn't find his passphrase. And he had a lot of them, you know, because he bought it really early. And, you know, you spent $100 on it 10 years ago, and you bought a lot of them. You know, that was when they were like $1 each. Yeah, they were like $1 a piece back then, you know. So, yeah, this is nothing new. It's been happening for years and years and years, and now it's only getting more and more mainstream. And again, if institutions ever start deciding to put 1% into this, hedge funds, even mutual funds, because these are ETFs now, 1% allocation, wow, staggering amounts of money could be going into this asset class. So, congrats.
Yeah, to all of us who lasted through those dark days of the bear market when everybody was laughing and going, how's those crypto returns now? Well, just wait a minute. It'll turn around.
Yeah, and even in the dark days, I was like, yeah, it's down, but it's still way up. I mean, Ethereum, I was getting into it at $20.
Right, exactly,
You know?
exactly.
That
That's the
wasn't long
thing.
ago
As
at
this
all.
market cap, as the overall market cap grows, the amount of money that comes in will increase the overall value. And as long as our governments out there, and I do mean all governments, keep printing money like they're drunken sailors, we'll be keep going up when it comes to crypto, because that's what the one thing that bad monetary policy by government is good for Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I saw Ted Cruz proposing a bill that would make it illegal for the U.S. government to issue central bank digital currencies, which I think is a wonderful idea because it'll only get mismanaged to death. It can't have any sort of positive value in the long run.
Oh, I mean, central bank digital currencies are probably the most dystopian thing you can think of when it comes to money. But I do have to warn people, and this is really important. I believe, and I'm not the only one, that there is a couple competitors out there to central bank digital currencies that are kind of being crafted to actually provide us a retail version of central bank digital currencies without it coming from the central bank. The particulars, Tether and USDC are stable coins in the crypto market. Yeah. And those two coins have some connections to people like BlackRock, people like the CIA, things like that, the banking entities behind them are basically just buying U.S. debt to back the dollar, their digital dollars. So it really is a de facto central bank digital currency. And I think this is something we're going to have to, I think we need good regulation on stable coins as well if we're going to do no central bank digital currency. Although I would like to see a free market of competition when China has the digital yuan and the EU has the digital euro. We can't allow BlackRock to control the U.S. dollar.
Because a digital dollar, the equivalent of a digital dollar would either be Tether or US, was it USC?
USDC.
The Coinbase.
Yeah,
the Coinbase. So, now I saw on your feed you also mentioned that one of the major exchanges was having major issues today because of all the volume, and so people's accounts were showing up as zero. And calm down, everybody. Don't worry about it.
That's actually for OGs in the space. That's a good sign. That means retail's back. That means there were so many people trying to make buys or transactions or sells on their platform that they weren't prepared for it. And apparently, according to Brian Armstrong, the founder and CEO, he said that they planned for 10x volume. They still got limited. So the retail certainly is back, I think. I think the bull market is definitely on.
Yeah. And I like to always remind everyone to never, ever, ever, ever keep your crypto on an exchange. It's just a simply bad idea. Always use a wallet.
Yeah.
And I imagine you would agree 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're working with a someone who is a independent company that holds Bitcoin, like there are trust companies that work out there, like iCapital Trust, places like that. They are extremely reputable and they're highly regulated, so they're a little safer. But if you have your coins on an exchange, get them off. Get them off your exchange.
Put them in a wallet. If you have a password that is what grants you access to your crypto, you know you're doing it right.
That's correct.
Is that a fair statement? Yeah, okay.
I think so.
Right,
I think so.
So, Barry, I want to alienate you completely from this conversation for the whole first hour. Does it sound good?
That's all right. I think he's eating his lunch.
Okay. But yeah, no, I wanted to hit that up because it's a big thing, and part of the reason I reached out to you, I like to kind of, when days like this happen, we want to get an expert on the show to sort of explain to everybody why it's doing what it's doing, and how predictable this was too. It's not like something you were on a month ago.
Yeah.
And we're heading into the next halving. You said it would happen.
Yeah, it's that predictable. It really is. At least for now, until history says otherwise.
Hello?
Hey, no problem, by the way. Yeah, I'm here if you need me, man. I couldn't get the mic thing to switch on. I'm listening, dude. I couldn't find the...
Hey, we're getting some feedback.
Yeah, we are. Back.
Well, hold on here. I'm going to hang up here, and I'm going to try to get us on the other side.
Okay. Alrighty.
Okay. All right. Folks, we will be right back. Hang tight.
Oh, no, we're already here. There we go.
Excellent. Back up in working order again, folks. We had a little bit of technical difficulty, but it's over now. It's a thing of the past. Let's move on. And Barry, I got a subject that might allow you to enter the conversation again. How's that sound?
Whatever you say, man. I'm here.
Canada. This is from redstate.com. Canada proposes laws for those found guilty of online hate speech. Wow. Bill 63 aims to force social media users upload content and live stream services to reduce exposure to content deemed harmful, to strengthen the reporting of child pornography, better address hate propaganda, provide recourse to victims of hate online. And the criminal code to create a new standalone offense that would allow penalties up to life imprisonment to deter hateful conduct, as well as raise the maximum punishment for hate propaganda offenses from 5 years to life imprisonment for advocating genocide. Advocating genocide. Huh. Is that a problem in Canada? Right? Are there a lot of people advocating genocide there in Canada that gotta, put new rules in place and lock them all up? What do you say, Barry? Is that a problem? Have you ever been to Canada?
I think the globalists are all about genocide and killing people and euthanizing people and killing babies up to the moment of birth and after birth. And yeah, democide is probably one of the greatest killers over the last 100 years. So they're really making the law themselves because they would be the abusers of that law.
Democide, which is the government kills someone. The government is responsible for their death. You can point to Stalin, and you get, 100 million dead Russians from his, I don't think it's 100. Staggering number, though. Same thing. There's 100 million might come from China. Anyway, staggering numbers of people have died. I think it was 100 million total century that have died to this. But yeah, all out of these communist countries that, assume they can control everything better than the free markets can, and of course they can't. And so they put in their these in place, and the fields go empty. There's no food. People starve. It happens over and over again in history. So, folks, don't think they can't do it here. Don't think they don't want to do it here, is I guess what I'm saying.
And don't you? A lot of people would argue that these very same people that instigated and executed the lockdowns are responsible for genocide. We're looking at over 80 million, I think it's over 100 now, people that died as a result of the lockdowns. Not COVID, but as a result of the lockdowns. And in fact, the UN had estimated the numbers to be closer to 380 million. So they actually overestimated. But, man, that would have been worse than the COVID. And it is worse than the COVID.
Well, these guys up in Canada, they have no problem acting like crazy authoritarians. I mean, they have their MAID program. They, force nations. They force the tracker on the truckers. They shut down people's accounts. There's still people being put in prison for that. They are very much what was intended for us. I mean, if we wouldn't have had a couple people stand up, a couple good governors stand up, we would have went the same route.
Medical assistance in death is MAID, M-A-I-D, medical assistance in death. And they're like recommending that come in with like depression and things. It's really scary.
Dystopian.
You're a little depressed. Well, death isn't. You can go over here. Door B. We'll get you set up. You'll be, your card in about 2 hours time, and off you go.
Yeah, it's craziness. It really is.
Yeah.
And they were trying to get it legalized for children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why not? If it sounds crazy, just do it.
That's
if it
Canada.
sounds like insane, go for it, man. Nobody's going to, think it's all good. So, and then when you talk about the truckers and the frozen, Kathy Hochul said same thing.
Yeah.
For these truck drivers that are threatening to not deliver anything to New York, she's threatening that they can take your account because you didn't go to New York. They ask you, hey, do you want to take this load up there? You say, nah, not for me. Boom. They want your bank account away from you. Take your house, she even mentioned, which is kind of seems like an option for someone who simply didn't step foot in your state. Right?
Yeah, a little bit.
And it's one thing to punish someone for going there and doing something bad. You didn't even go to New York.
Yeah.
You specifically said no, it's too dangerous because they take down anyone whose politics the state, i.e. Donald Trump, right?
Well,
so, yeah, you can go there and you'll lose everything. That seems like overkill to me.
It's going to backfire on New York. They have what is it, O'Leary, the real estate guy? He's out there.
Kevin
Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah,
Mr.
He's
Wonderful
out there.
from Shark Tank.
Exactly. Yeah, they're out there telling people, get your business out of New York, leave New York. This is not going to go well for them. But I actually kind of think this is part and parcel of the plan. Some of the things that are happening in our cities are intentional. They want to degrade the property value so they can buy them up under these conglomerates. They want to get rid of the private land ownership.
It's kind of like RoboCop. If you ever saw the plot to RoboCop, right? They wanted to ruin the city of Detroit to the level where they could just buy it all up and rebuild it and make it beautiful again.
Yep.
Yep. So, yeah, we've seen this movie before. I know this. Yeah, RoboCop. So, folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, broadcasting flawlessly for the next 3 hours. We got to go to break. We'll be right back after this short message.
All right, we're on radio break.
Okay.
What a nightmare!
I'm glad we can say that. I didn't know if you would say that tonight.
Yeah, what a nightmare! Like earlier, Jesus.
Oh, what a night!
Don't. We already have problems with a few platforms.
That was only 3 notes, man. That was only 3 notes.
It doesn't matter three notes or not, I guess, anymore.
Now, Mark, did you live broadcast all your attempts to log in and all that?
Yeah.
Okay, so our audience got to see you swearing at your computer for 30 minutes.
Yeah, they heard me cursing
before.
at it. And was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. I'm still upset about a lot of stuff here. It's kind of freezing up on me, but we're going out, Tickle, we got some folks over in Kick listening to us that heard me being so frustrated and like, oh man, I was about ready to pull out the 5-pound sledge, but I'm like, what the hell?
I might have to go and listen to that just to hear this.
It wasn't up until like a couple weeks ago that we started having issues like this.
Are you going to take us out with Sledgehammer?
Yeah, sledge. Don't even. Stop it, Barry. Stop it right now. That's.
Well,
I'm
the internet
I'm
situation
frustrated enough right now. I'm like, oh boy.
They've been. I don't know what was going on the other day, but wasn't there a cyber attack or something?
I'm sure.
It could be the new. It could be the new patches everybody put out that is causing problems.
Yeah, they did some patches for like a bunch of the programs that I use, and now they're like, yeah, after I kick it and like boost it or lower it and smack it, and then it'll work. Then it'll work. I'm like, really? You got to be kidding me. I've never had to work so hard to get on the air and all.
Don't mind me. I'm checking the oven.
It's the same. It's the same buttons too to flick. You know. Okay. Broadcast. You know.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen the video of O'Keefe confronting the former New York judge Arthur Engoron?
I haven't seen that one yet.
I saw the article, but I haven't watched the what happened. How'd that go down?
I haven't seen it. I was wondering that, but I know he's
they got 30 seconds,
creeping girls
folks,
out. He doesn't wear any underwear.
Back on air.
Always
like. So we're going to come back a little early. That's fine.
Okay.
I heard he's just a creeper, man. He looks like a creeper too, so it doesn't surprise me.
Here's your countdown.
Yeah.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the SNSORSHIPSUCKS Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. We are on every Wednesday night at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time for 3 hours. We're also on this station every Sunday night, 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time for 2 hours. So don't forget to come by and check us out on Sunday as well. We always have a really fun time. Barry, was Sunday night not just a riot? We had a great time.
I mean, anytime Willie's there, it's always going to be a little bit, a little bit wild. It's going to be a wild ride.
Yeah. Willie is just so funny. Honestly, I remember the first time we brought him on, we just cried. We were literally, it took a half the break for us to stop laughing, so
Willie
maybe he'll pop in here tonight. Yeah, maybe he'll pop in later tonight. I know he's probably listening. So Willie, if you are, know that you're always welcome here. You're always welcome here. So yeah, kind of shocking that Canada's taking this kind of a step, but not really. You know what I mean? Not really.
It's very Canada.
What do you do?
Yeah, it's very Canada.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's stay international and go to France next. Macron basically put his foot in his mouth. This is from the rightscoop.com, which is an interesting site. I don't know if you guys ever use that. They're not very pro-Trump, but they're realistic. You know what I mean? And they do come out of the key stories. Like if I simply had to know the top stories from the last 4 or 5 days without having any time to research, I know I could go there and that would be the first 20 or so articles in their feed. So worth checking out. Not a bad site at all. Macron news conference the other day, we should not exclude that there might be a need for security that then justifies some elements of deployment. But I've told you very clearly that France maintains a position, which is strategic ambiguity that I stand by. So basically, NATO came out and said no. Okay, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg denied considering whether troops would be sent to Ukraine, although he insisted France would continue to support Ukraine, which is not a NATO member. So, yeah, NATO, an attack on one is an attack on all. Ukraine, not part of NATO. You kind of treat them like they are in a way because of the pure hatred for Russia. Just the absolute pure hatred for Russia in mainly the Democratic Party here in the United States, liberals around the world. You don't see going to any World Economic Forums, and speaking there. He's not that crowd. He's not part of the global elitists. They hate him. So, yeah, Now, was he right to invade Ukraine? No, he shouldn't have done it. But he took Crimea when Obama was in office, and no one blinked. So he kind of figured he could do it again. This time, totally different reaction.
Well, this between Russia and Europe has been a long-standing thing. And it's been very much the policy of the United States to try to convince Europe to not make friends with Russia. I mean, it came out recently in the interview, if people didn't know, with Tucker and Putin, that, he tried to get into NATO and they were like, no, we don't want. And that's because they needed that enemy to keep the division. I honestly believe if Europe and Russia got together economically, it would be for the benefit of all of mankind, but it would also be bad for the globalists because they would lose some control. An Orthodox Christian country would then have significant power in the world, and that goes against kind of their whole ethos.
And even the way you talk about Russia, it is in Europe. Moscow, if I'm not mistaken, the biggest city in Europe, right? Most of Russia's population is European. It's not like they don't belong in Europe or they're not part of Europe. They definitely. And why not be friends with your neighbors? Well, again, if you have an enemy right next door, got the industrial military complex that makes the bank. They make that fat money.
Yep.
And that's what they want. Yeah. Right? You got to have an enemy. You got to have a boogeyman. Create bombs. They got to be intended to drop on somebody.
Yeah, it's very true. And it's like Europe really has a fighting force at this moment anyway. The U.S. has been subsidizing them for how long?
Yeah.
So, and they have some serious problems going on with immigration they might want to deal with before they start engaging in sending their strongest men overseas to another country to fight. I mean, something to think about.
Yeah, and even the U.S., our army is falling apart. Our military is. I just saw an article the other day talking about how one branch of the military cut 24,000 positions just so they don't have to fill them, because they can't fill them. They're just like getting blown out on all their recruitment numbers, and for good reason. A lot of the people that would tend to join the military are exactly the opposite of the people that they want the military to. The recruitment ads here in the United States talked about this, young girl growing up with two moms, and then how she always wanted to serve her country. So she finally got to be, in the Marines or whatever. And it was a cartoon. It was a cartoon. It was designed to appeal to like a 10-year-old, not somebody to go fight for the military. It was just shocking. And so that's what you get. And then they show, the parallel of the Russian army ads where it's just brute force, guns, mud, right? These are killing machines. Where here it's, diversity, inclusion. What do we have? The head of the military is trans.
Yeah. Well, that's what having radical communists that set themselves on fire in your military. That's what leads to that.
Yeah. And the left is immoral and so just disgusting that they have to make up these little fake causes to pretend like they're moral, like the transgender thing, like transgenders are being killed and they're being murdered. And if we, stop the Republicans, they're going to be dying in masses. It's a bunch of nonsense because they're so immoral, so unjust, and so law. They have to create these fake things to look as if they're decent. They're not even decent at this point.
Oh no, they're purely in it for the power, and a lot of them, the mask is off. There are very few who are actually playing the virtue signal game when it comes to the people in charge. For example, they're just coming out and saying it. No, we're fine with the border being open. No, you should take with the thing in Florida. I don't even really kind of want to get into it, but the migrant situation where there's been murders, and the Georgia DA or mayor comes out and is like, everybody should, relate to the migrants, and it's because Donald Trump did this, and like, come on.
And getting yelled down by people. We're saying, just screaming and shouting because we must be compassionate for these people. Well, what about being compassionate for the people of your city, the people of your state, the people of this nation? I mean, our nation is falling apart under Biden, and this illegal immigration is making that personified.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, it's a shame. It's just we have to wake up, and as a country, we really need to have a big reckoning. And I think we're starting to see. I mean, we were talking about some of the polling that Trump is seeing in Hispanic communities. And okay, the other day I was in another town. Well, it was about 20 miles from the Mexican border, okay, in Arizona. And I see this Mexican food truck, and I kind of look it up, and it looks like it's got great reviews. So I I give it a shot, go over and get a burrito. And while I'm waiting for my food, I get talking to the, it was like maybe a grandfather and his grandson were working in the front, and then maybe dad was in the making the food. And Grandpa's sitting there, and he goes, "Yeah, our president really like Americans, does he? He's giving all this money to foreign countries and open the border and all this stuff, and we need him out of there really bad." And so I'm like, I couldn't agree more. I'm like, "Are you supporting?" He's like, "Oh yeah, we have to at this point."
Yeah.
This is a Mexican food truck
right,
on the border of Mexico, in the heart of it all, man. Right there, saying he's pro-Trump. I almost fell over when I heard him say that. And his grandson was nodding away, going, "Yep."
Well, I think the mask is being lifted up, man. The veil is being removed, but not everybody's seeing it, unfortunately. But it is slowly but surely, the veil is being lifted on people, and they can actually see for the first time.
Well, yeah, this immigration thing is doing it. I really, it's putting on full display in every community that the people in charge do not care for your well-being. And it doesn't matter what your community is, what ethnic makeup, what socioeconomic background, every single community is being affected by this wide open border, whether it's the fentanyl coming in, or whether it's the illegal immigrants, or whether it's the crime, or it's the resource drain. No matter what it is, every single community is facing this consequence, and that's really waking a lot of people up.
Yeah, and okay, it's not happening in every community though. Okay, Venezuela right now has the lowest homicide rate in 22 years.
Touche. That's because they're all up here.
Exactly. This is from Bloomberg. Venezuela's violent deaths halted 22 low on migration. So even Bloomberg is stating it, right? Yeah. And it's true. What do? You get out of jail, here's a ticket, to Panama. Go.
Yep. And every single third world country in South America did that within the first year and a half of the border being open. They emptied their insane asylums, and they emptied their prisons.
And you talk about presidents of companies, right? You're a CEO. You have what they call a fiduciary duty to do best by your investors, right? To take care of them first. And if you're the president of El Salvador, Honduras, any of those, you have a same fiduciary duty to your citizens to do the best by them. And if you're not taking everybody in your jails and sending them straight up to Texas, you're a horrible leader. You're a bad leader if you don't do that, quite frankly.
Oh, absolutely.
In my humble opinion.
Well, if you don't see the positive for them, if you can't see it from their point of view, then you probably don't have enough perspective to actually be involved in making decisions about the country. Oh yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't you? You can clean up your streets, reduce your crime, and make sure that the people that do stay are going to free again. I mean, it's a genius play on their part.
Yeah, I watched Scarface the other night. Right, what a great movie. I was like, do I really want to watch this? I've seen this, but I haven't seen it in 10, 15 years. Watching it, there's so much I forgot and didn't remember, and it was a great movie. But we all know that. That was triggered by what Cuba did in the Carter administration. They knew the border was open, so they sent all their criminals up into Miami. They sent everybody that was a dissident, so to speak, up to America and said, get out. And, it turned out actually pretty well for the Cuban population in Miami. It's huge, thriving, and, mostly peaceful, not even that fiery. But, Scarface was one of the examples of, some of the things that can happen when you are assaulted with this many people coming in from foreign cultures, foreign everything, especially when they're unloading their into your country. But
it's massive.
Exactly. But I mean, if Mexico's not doing it and just taking all their insane asylums out, send them all to America, you really are.
Well, And then you flip it around. What does that make our president and government? Completely negligent towards us, because they have refused to protect us from such an event happening. And in fact, in many cases, encouraged and paid for it. So it really is one of those things that truly has opened the eyes of just about every American community, even the more wealthy ones that are having to deal with the influx of into their communities. I talked to a friend from Idaho who said even little tiny Pocatello, Idaho, 50,000 people, is got homeless people walking around all the time. Mm-hmm. So it's not that's not good for the people in charge right now. People are not very happy.
And we've seen a few high-profile deaths from fentanyl recently. Well, I assume they're fentanyl. Rick Harrison from and Susan Wojcicki come to mind, the former president or whatever of YouTube. Her son passed away at UC Berkeley. They said it was drug-related, but they haven't come out with the details. But like I say, man, it's got to start waking people up. Yeah, you know, you like the Democrats, they butter your bread. But, man, at what point are you going to stop being their shill? At what point are you going to look at life and say, wow, I did a lot of evil things when I ran YouTube. I censored a lot of people who actually were just trying to warn us that this could happen. And look where you are now. You know, look what happened. Look at the result.
Yeah, that's sometimes karma is extremely unpleasant. And I don't wish that on anyone. I don't, you know, as bad as happened with YouTube and what she did while she was there, as bad as that is, no one deserves to bury their child. And Joe Biden and the fentanyl trade, which I wholeheartely believe is being protected by the CIA, is part of this entire problem. And really, he's the one truly responsible for that child's death.
I think that a lot of these elitists believe that they are immune to the ramifications of their horrible policies. They believe that they are somehow insulated from it all. And they're finding out it's just not the case. Many of these same people that are passing these horrible laws and are lawless are getting carjacked, are getting robbed, are getting beaten. I mean, folks, it affects everybody. Nobody's completely insulated, unless, of course, you're one of those billionaires that are going off to one of your bunkers somewhere. But even that isn't going to keep you safe if it's the end of the world.
I always like to say the billionaires don't have bunkers. Their security teams do.
Yeah. So let's talk about some good news we got today. A California judge just dismissed charges against two right-wing rioters for selective prosecution, saying that after right and left groups clashed at a protest, arrested 20 right-wingers and 0 Antifa, despite Antifa starting it and behaving identically. So he dismissed their charges altogether.
Imagine that.
That, to me, is great news. I mean, you know, you're at a rally for the right. Okay, and this happens all the time. That's why the Proud Boys even exist, because you want to have a prayer meeting or something downtown Portland. Well, you need the Proud Boys there to in a circle on the perimeter and make sure no one comes in there to try to throw, you know, hit you with a bat, throw frozen bottles of water at you, hit you in the head with one of those, knock you out cold.
Some cement shakes.
On and on and on. Oh, yeah, the cement shakes. Crazy. They take a milkshake and you add to it, mix it up, give it a little time, and when you throw it at somebody, oh, I just threw a milkshake, no big deal. No, that's like a brick hitting you in the head. By Andy No.
Yeah,
Andy
that's how he got concussed. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, big deal. He like lost some of his mental acuity for a while and vision and you name it.
Oh, it was pretty bad. Yeah.
It doesn't seem that the law enforcement in these leftist areas are all about protecting the right. You know what I mean? The conservatives, if you know what I mean. It seems like a lot of times they are actually making sure that their paths cross so that they do have an altercation. And that is outrageous to think that they would do something that evil. That is just, I mean, that is the opposite of serving and protecting. That is actually trying to incite violence. And so I don't even know if you can peacefully have a protest without like having the Proud Boys or somebody there. But then they arrest the Proud Boys for simply defending themselves. That's happened on one occasion that I know for certain, where they got into a little scuffle. But as a general rule, Proud Boys were always defensive and not offensive. But they still were the ones that got arrested and went to jail, even though they were simply defending themselves. In a liberal-run area, you don't even get to be able to defend yourself. They choose who's guilty and who's not guilty, just like we're seeing in this lawfare. They're choosing, who's guilty and not guilty before there's even a judgment being made by a jury.
Yep. Yeah. Here's a quote from the judge. Quote, defendants have established selective prosecution. There is no doubt that the government did not prosecute similarly situated individuals. Antifa and related far-left groups attended the same Trump rallies as defendants with the expressly stated intent of shutting it down through, if necessary, protected political speech. At the same Trump rallies that form the basis for defendants' prosecution, members of Antifa and related far-left groups engaged in organized violence to stifle protected speech. So, yeah, and that's the thing. It's a Trump rally. Don't go. Let them do their thing. You can't go there and then claim, oh, they're beating us up. No, why? What are you doing there in the first place? You shouldn't be there.
Well, and that's actually their entire operandi. Their whole tactic is to go and cause trouble to get you to do something on reaction that they can use in the media to demonize you. And so good on this judge, really, for California judge especially, good on him. This is the kind of backbone we were talking about. This is people who are in position to do something need to do something. And so good on him for sure.
Yeah. And what they're doing to these, January Sixers. There's a guy here named Chris Kuhn, Kuene. He was sentenced on Friday for his actions on January 6th. He's a 22-year veteran. Numerous medals and awards, including the Purple Heart, a Navy Commendation Medal with Valor, and a Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal with Valor for actions in combat. When they arrested him, let me keep reading. There were 3 large armored tactical vehicles parked on my front, side, and backyards, and police vehicles that extended throughout the entire community. I opened the door and for a second, I didn't realize that there were about 20 FBI SWAT team members with semi-automatic rifles pointed at my son and I. We were covered by bright red lasers pointed at our faces, chests, and various parts of our bodies. It was 12 degrees outside. They made his wife and their baby stand outside barefoot in the snow for a couple hours. The next day, she was pregnant. The next day, she lost her child.
I read that.
Yeah,
I read that. That's terrible, man.
Well, who's going to be held responsible for that? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing.
Christopher Wray.
It should be, yeah, absolutely. But is he gonna be? That's I mean. I hate to say this, but this is the one thing that bothered me the most about the first term of Trump is that I know he was lied to. I know he had to deal with all kinds of craziness. He had no idea what he was in for, but he did not get rid of some of these deep state actors that lied to him and did things. And maybe he couldn't have, but man, we need somebody to do something about it. Because the FBI in of itself, just forget about whoever's in charge of it. The whole organization has been involved in so many crimes in the last 3 years that have been exposed that there's no way this organization should even still exist, let alone be going and to arrest political adversaries who, walked around at the Capitol. Some guy who does a political podcast here in the Pacific Northwest where I'm at, he just got arrested too because he happened to be in the building. So he's facing charges. FBI issued a warrant for his arrest. This is crazy.
If my memory serves me correctly, whenever the FBI prosecutes somebody, they have, I want to say it's either 100% prosecution rate, 99.9%. It's like if they prosecute, even if you're innocent, you're going to be proven guilty. And that's what the statistics and the numbers show. So they are corrupt, man, because there's no way that every indictment that they have, that every single person was 100% guilty. It's just not a number that is reasonable.
No, it's not statistically possible unless you are cheating.
Well, and they're just making it so that anybody into the people's house that day, mind you, there was one side that was big and active and, kind of out of control. And then the other side of the building was not that way. And there are people that came in from that side and had no idea what was going on the other side of the Capitol, because it's a massive, massive building. And they're getting the treatment too, There. Apparently this guy, decorated naval veteran, was actually trying to help the cops. He picked up garbage for a few minutes. Now this 75 days. But the marriage is what they really wanted. That's the real sentence. That miscarriage.
Yeah.
That's what they're going for.
They want those kind of traumatic.
Yeah.
That's what they want. They want to create tragedy in your life.
Absolutely. This is America. It's America, for crying out loud.
Isn't that what Biden says all the time? Isn't that what Biden says? Yeah. He's always like, this is America. We can thing that we put our mind to, while he destroys everything. Talk about gaslighting and insanity, man. And I'm sick of using that. He just got through saying that on, like, I don't know, Seth, some late night talk show host, Seth something or other. What's his last name?
Seth Meyers, I think.
Seth Meyers. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. He went on a late night show. That's amazing. I'll have to go check out some. He made it through?
Not really.
Barely. It was what you would expect.
He went to a never mind. You know how he always does that when he doesn't know what he lost his train of thought. He goes, never mind. He did that again.
Yeah. That's just proof that he's not running anything. Like, that guy's just a figurehead.
And I wanted to say something because you were mentioning, the Putin Tucker Carlson interview, and Bill Clinton was like, Bill Clinton was open to, him coming on. And then, of course, Bill Clinton supposedly talked to his people, and they said, no, that just shows you the president doesn't run much of anything. You'd think if the president wanted it, he could make it happen.
Yeah. Which is why they hate Trump so much, because they can't control him. They don't have him under their little finger. They investigated him from every angle for 5, 6, 8 years now, 9 years. And they found absolutely nothing. So they have to resort to making up these crazy investment, scams where no one loses money and everybody makes money, happy, and they'd all do business again together. And no, but that's illegal now, folks. Go to break. Stay tuned. We'll be back with 2 more hours of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show.
All right, and we are on radio break.
Take that bullhorn, man. I want you to have it for the second hour.
All right.
But yeah, I need it. The way
get fired up. Get fired up, yes. Come on, break it out. We'll double bullhorn tonight. Join us, Doc. You got one, I'm sure, somewhere.
No. I can fake it, I'm sure, but
yeah, you can break out David Hogg's Dixie Cup.
That's what I was going to do. That's what I was roll up a piece of paper. Let's go.
I miss my battles with David Hogg.
Oh yeah,
the Bullhorn Dixie Cup battles, they were great, man.
What a legend! I miss that guy so much. It's a shame he's not.
Yeah, it is. I had a chance to be on a few shows. He's a fun guy.
Well, he's trying to do that. Absence makes your heart grow fonder of the person. It's working. So when he comes back, it'll be explosive.
It'll be all about again. Oh, how great Hansel is.
You do good Hansel impersonations and Willie impersonations. Although I can do a good Saul Good, so I'd have to hear it though one more time before I try it.
You think you can do a Saul Good?
I think you can do a Saul Good.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, it's this FBI stuff. I don't like it. They seem to be like our current. They're like our Stasi almost. It's not.
I can't even imagine what would happen if Biden won, or whoever is going to be his surrogate. I just can't even imagine what's going to happen, man. I mean,
for sure, prisoner lockups. They're going after political prisoners. I guarantee it. If he gets elected.
Yeah. I did a whole article on FEMA camps. I said those FEMA camps are seeming much more reasonable now. And not just for the shamdemic and to put people away that supposedly might have, COVID or some sort of a disease, but literally dissenters, people that they already know who they are. We're on that list. Everybody that's at MAGA supporters on that list. They already have that list. They just have to go round them up.
Yep.
And they got the FEMA camps ready. I guess they call them the green camps here in America.
Well, the one they're building outside of Chicago, they are immigrants. But
they always end up using it on the people. I mean, they got to have a reason to say we need them, right? But even that's a sham because they said we'll never ever after we put knees in FEMA camps. We'll never do that again. But then they start building more FEMA camps, right? And it wasn't even too long ago that they were honoring, the fact that we're not going to do that anymore. They passed some law. I can't remember, but then I was like, you guys are going back to it. So as far as the public is concerned, they're pretending like, oh yeah, we'll never do that again. But then behind the scenes, they're actually doing it again.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how they play it, though, isn't it? I mean, they say one thing in public and do another thing behind the scenes, and they kind of craft a narrative that they want the sheep to, But that's the great thing about the way that media has been discredited so much in the last 5 years. It's just really given us such a chance to fight back against that.
Wasn't it WikiLeaks too? That's what Hillary Clinton said. She basically was telling all of her donors and all the corporate people, one thing. And she goes, "Oh, we tell you one thing, but we tell the public something else." Wasn't that in WikiLeaks or something like that?
Yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's, exposed wide open with the COVID stuff. It was clear from very early on that it was about power and not about anything else. Like a bunch of really evil people saw an opportunity to grab a whole bunch of power and they went for it.
What I don't understand is how people just turn a blind eye to it. They go, it's like they don't mind being slapped across the face. They don't being punched in the stomach. They don't mind being sucker punched. It kind of reminds me of, I don't know, that what's his name? Something's the fighter, the cage fighter. What's his name? The real controversial one.
I know who you're talking about. I can't remember his first name.
He met Machine Gun Kelly and just ripped him apart, dude. Told him that he dressed funny, was a vampire, and get away from him. And it was like he just took it because obviously, what's he going to say to this guy? He'd probably put him in a headlock. Who knows?
Oh, it's Sean Strickland, by the way. He'd put Machine Gun Kelly under no problem. But that's the thing. Like what government officials do is they work in a way that operates the machinery behind the scenes. So, Machine Gun Kelly's a doofus and is a propaganda for him, but the people playing the strings, they have different stories. Every group of people they talk to. I don't think somebody of Hillary Clinton's ilk has any qualms about lying to everyone.
Oh yeah. Well, their narrative is whatever they want it to be. That's why they can totally contradict themselves. They don't even care.
No, because it's not a contradiction in the world. Yeah.
They have the media behind them, so the media will cover for them. So it won't even really reach the masses. The conservatives that do their research like ourselves, will know about it and we'll try to inform people. But a lot of people don't want to know because it's sort of that cipher mentality in the movie The Matrix. Ignorance is bliss. They just, hey man, and that's in that movie, Civil War. If you see the trailer, there was this one couple that like, oh, we just try not to watch the news. We just try not to get involved. We just stay to ourselves. And that's something that they count on. They count on that kind of a person because they know that if people hear the truth, they will wake up and stand against them.
Yeah, at least enough of the population to thwart their plans anyway. But I think we're actually achieving that slowly but surely. It's a process that's going to take. I think it's going to take a full generation before we're completely back to where we were a couple ago. But I mean, getting rid of corruption and all of the incarnations that have formed inside of the government, all of the dark stuff. If we can dig all of that out, there is a real opportunity for America to have a second renaissance in its, especially in its economy and its people. But it's going to take a lot of hard work. And, I'll be honest, my generation's not that great. Generations behind me aren't that great either. When it comes to actually wanting to put in hard work, they have lived very soft lifestyles. They don't really understand what it means to put in effort towards creating something that's positive for the future. Planting that your children can have shade under, your grandchildren. Like what is that? Is that Quaker proverb? Mm-hmm. Plant trees that you yourself will not get to feel the shade of, something along those lines.
Yeah.
I think one thing that would help out a whole bunch of people, just stop caring what other people thought and just find out who you are and what you believe and stand by that. And that should be all that. Let the chips fall where they may fall. Look, I've been welcomed in. I've been rejected. I've been welcomed in. I've been rejected. That's just the cycle of how it works. And I would rather be rejected than just betray myself. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
well,
guys.
yeah, I agree with you. I just don't know how many of them
I'm going to bring you
self.
guys in a little early since you guys started a little late. All right? So 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Wednesday night edition, where we hang out, get into the news, cover everything that's going on, and give you our opinions of what we think is wrong with the country. And oh boy, I'll tell you, it starts at the top and it makes its way, way down the depths of what we call the swamp. So,
and how to fix it too, though, right? And how to fix it.
Oh yeah. And we do try to come up with solutions. We don't always want to just be doom and gloom. If you're going to complain about something, I have always felt that you should have a solution. You're doing this wrong. Let's do it this way. We've got a hope and a chance if we do it this way. Mm-hmm. But right now, hard to have that hope and faith and whatnot. So we were talking before about, the justice system and how skewed it is. And how this judge in California opened everyone's eyes and said, hey, man, you can't just prosecute one side. You got a bunch of fighting. Why'd you only arrest the, these guys? Well, I don't know. It's like back in those in the 60s when they had all the gang fights. They had the preppies against the greasers, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And, they'd go out there and they'd only arrest the greasers because, they're the bad guys, so to speak. And it's not fair. Not right. Not how things are done.
Kind of like the Outsiders movie.
Yes.
So
yes,
I want to play a trip. We got let me get this girl's name. College student in UGA was just killed the other day. Laken Riley. Okay, this is a college student on campus, jogging on campus, and she gets stopped by a person who was not supposed to be in the country, one of Joe Biden's pride, and he tries to rape her. So she fights back. Apparently she does it pretty well. He freaks out, crushes her skull, dead. And now you got some on the left that say, well, why you fight? What? You shouldn't fight back. Yeah. That's been out there.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
But the mayor of Athens came out and made a statement the other day, and I want to play some of this for you guys because it is just stunning.
I've received many calls, many emails, many queries from the press in recent days about this notion of a sanctuary city, and so I want to lay some things to rest here today. This term sanctuary city doesn't have a soul or procedural definition.
Yeah, they've been claiming for years to be a sanctuary city. Okay. And now he's trying to say, well, listen.
You can look in Georgia statute and you can find a clear definition for a unified government. You can look in contractual language and you can find out exactly what it means to be an EC institution. Sanctuary city doesn't track with either of those. And so that term means different things to different people depending on the context of the discussion.
We know what it means.
Many of the elements.
Liar.
Many of the elements.
Liar. Liar.
We're here to listen.
You're a liar.
We're here to listen. There'll be time for questions.
You are guilty. You've got blood on your hands for this murder, sir.
Many of the aspects that are ascribed to sanctuary cities
We know what sanctuary
are
city
things
means.
that are disallowed in Georgia law.
Yeah.
And we contribute a document every to the Georgia.
And I don't want to I just keep playing that clip. Honestly, I'm afraid somebody in the audience might say something that is against our policies here because they're fired up, and rightly so.
Yeah, very much so.
I did listen to it earlier, and I really wanted to share that with you, but I'm also in the going, wow, does anyone swear in here? I really don't know, so I'm not going to die into it. Here to listen, they say. Liar, liar, liar. We're here to listen. You're a liar. You're the one who's guilty. You've blood on your hands. Sanctuary cities are not even allowed in Georgia. What are you guys talking about? We know what sanctuary cities are. We, Athens, do not correspond to this definition under state law. Audience, you need to resign. You need to resign now. You allowed this to happen. So
I want to know how they live with their blood guilt. Seriously. These people are causing so much death and destruction. How do they sleep at night with their blood guilt? Blood guilt is a serious thing.
Mm-hmm.
They must not have any conscience whatsoever. Period.
Later, he goes on, get this. He says that Dan Riley is not connected to illegal immigration and points the finger at Trump for being mean.
Of course. Yeah. Of course it's Trump.
Yeah.
It has to be. It's always Trump. Trump. Russia. Trump.
Can we bring back guillotines? Is that allowed? Can we?
Yeah.
Just asking for a
Trump
friend.
was saying he was mean to illegals. He was exactly what we said in the first hour, which they're not sending their best and brightest. Yep. Usually America with immigration, we've always tried to attract the smartest and best people from around the world. We always wanted those people here. Mm-hmm. Now it's send us the prisons. Empty your prisons out, send them all up here. And if it's a murder tomorrow, just send them straight up here. No time for you. Just give them the gift of you get to go to America now. Don't come back.
It's just your children without the real parents. It's a real winner.
That one terrifies me. Because 85,000 of them that we know of are missing. 85,000 children are missing.
And separated from their families. And that was supposedly a Democrat talking point with Trump. Oh, you're separating them from their families and stuff. And we're talking 85,000 children. It's actually more than that now. I think it's around 100,000+. Oh,
it has to be because
they're not even coming with their parents. They were separated a long time ago. They were probably these criminals paid the parents some money to take the children because then they knew they could get in.
I wouldn't doubt that that's going on. I would not doubt that there's kidnapping going on as well.
Yeah, that's what I would suspect the vast majority of is kidnapping. And then they build up enough rapport with the kid to just get over. All he's got to do is be able to answer like 3 questions and off you go. Yeah,
so we've seen videos of some of them drugging them. The kids drug their mind on the trip over here. We have evidence of that. That is a real fact.
The guy that does reporting for InfoWars and for Human Events, Jorge.
I know who you're talking about.
I can't remember. He followed the whole thing, the Benadryl bottles, the whole nine. Yeah. It's crazy what we're allowing to happen to these children. It's like you said.
And they know it. And Joe Biden knows it. They know it.
Yeah, they do. They do. And how do they live with us? They don't care. They don't see us as human. They see us below them. They see these immigrants as even lower than us. And that's the real truth of it. These people really are evil.
Monsters.
They are
They're monsters.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. And we must have 30 million legal migrants in this country. We must, because they've been saying the number was 11 million since 2000. right?
Yeah.
Literally. And then, so I figured it has to be at least double that before Biden took office. Biden added another 10. So, yeah, this is it's a real thing. You can say it's not, but it's a real thing because that's 30 million people in this country that are second-class citizens that don't have the right to vote. They don't have the right to any of, the benefit that American citizens get. They're second-class citizens in a country that, many have lived in now for 20, 30 years. How can you have that many people that are just sort of floating around as sort of illegal? It's shocking. It's shocking that we have of people that live in this country, the citizens, and then millions and millions and tens of millions of people that are denied all of that stuff because they came here illegally and should have never been here. And in the best of all worlds, that Lincoln girl who was killed at UGA, I mean, she's a age female at a liberal university. She probably was far left. She probably was really happy when Donald Trump lost and Joe Biden got in. I bet she celebrated and everything, but now she's dead. Now she's dead. And she never even thought that she might die because Joe Biden won. But she did because Joe Biden won. Because with Trump, that guy wouldn't have been there.
No.
That's all I can say.
Well, and even if we want to extend that to all of the crimes that are being committed by the people that are breaking into the country, that's what they're doing. They're committing a crime to all of the crimes. They lay at the feet of the people who crafted this policy. And, Joe Biden's going to get some blame, but there's a whole host of people who are willing to take advantage of these people and willing to take advantage of the option to bring in illegal immigrants and use them. I know that Tyson Foods has been in some serious hot water for hiring all illegals in factories, their meat processing plants. During COVID, what they would do is they would bring them in for a week. The people would come in and say that they were going to shut them down. They'd fire them all, pay them, and then hire all new people the next week.
Unbelievable.
So
I've never supported Tyson, though. I haven't bought their chicken in decades, man. I mean, they pump hormones into the egg embryos, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's how evil. To get away, they're not giving the chickens the hormones. They put it in the egg, which is probably even more concentrated into the chicken than if you gave it to the chicken.
Yeah. You get all of this extension from this border consequence, and you get all of these other side order people are willing to take advantage of it. It leads to a lawless society, and we're seeing that in every single major city.
Mm-hmm.
And
those are all leftist cities.
Yeah,
and they all voted by and large. They are.
Yeah, and that brings us back to our point that we talked about earlier, that this border thing really is opening almost every community's eyes a little bit to the disaster that is the Democrats' policies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we talked a little bit about the polling earlier, but we didn't really get into it. I talked about my little thing with the food truck, but you, Barry, were saying is like high 40 black support for Trump, high 40 percentage.
Yeah, Rasmussen has 49% of black voters are going to be voting for Trump. That was the last poll I came out with. And again, let's remember that Rasmussen was the same poll that was the only that had Trump winning in 2018. And they got it right. So that ought to tell you how reliable they are when they were the only one who could do that, because they had better measurements, better metrics. These other people, they're fake polls, if you ask me.
A lot of them are. I used to work Texas polling back in the day, and you get paid per survey, and you do what you got to do to get the survey. Just saying. So there's a lot of error when it comes to a lot of the polling companies. The more accurate stuff, Rich Veris, I don't know if you know him, People's Pundit, does some great polling, really good polling. If you haven't, if you guys are really into polls and numbers, he's your guy. He a special every so often with Barnes from blog. I don't know if you guys
I know
look.
he's on InfoWars a lot.
Yeah. Barnes is
he's
a
Viva
pretty,
Fry.
Yeah, Viva Barnes show. Yeah, exactly. Those guys are pretty smart, but he does a show with this guy, pundit, and he's been saying for a while that this transition, especially in the community, has been coming. I think that these other polls are just finally catching up to it.
That's great to see, because I'll tell you what, it's always been a known fact that if the Democrats lose the black vote, they are on D-O-N-E.
They only need to lose 20% of it, and they can't win.
And if they lose 50, it's over. And they've got to be freaking out over that. And I'll tell you, this big thing that's turning off black voters and Hispanic voters is the immigration issue, because, you know, all these resources in New York are going to people that don't even live there. They're just through in one way or another. And everything is getting, they're getting 5-star hotels paid for free, for money, cash on the barrelhead, you know, up to $10,000 on these credit cards. You name it, meals, all of it, paid for, all of it free. We got you. Don't worry about nothing. Welcome to America. The black community that's been there forever is seeing their schools getting shut down so they can host, more illegals. They're seeing their rec centers getting shut down, where their kids go play every single day when they have to go to work. Shut down. They're mad. They're mad, and they're not going to take it anymore.
Well, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. They've been taken as a blue voting bloc, as a population for as long as I've been alive. And what have they got? Has their lives gotten any better? Has the black community in any way, shape, or form under the guidance of Democrats?
No.
Okay, then
no.
They better get their heads out of their butts, because I'm going to tell you right now, Democrats are going to replace them with illegal aliens, and then it's over.
Well, the brainwashing runs deep. I was talking to a liberal BLM supporter today, and they still believe the lies, even after everything. I don't know how they possibly can't see what's happening. You know, it's just unbelievable. It's remarkable.
Yeah.
You know, they get into the echo chambers. There's solid echo chambers all over the place. Facebook, name it, where, you know, get your news from radical far left organizations that don't even pretend to be serious, yet they're taken seriously. People like us say, what, that never happened. What are you talking about? Yet, you know, your friend believes it. Because it's got all these likes. How could it be wrong?
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Well, I mean, look at we had with the when the Israel Palestine thing popped off, you had a bunch of TikTokers reading Osama bin Laden's letter to America and being yeah, Osama was right. Like, no, he didn't. I mean, yes, he was right about something. No, he wasn't. Don't sympathize with him. But they're so ingrained into their screen culture. This particular group of individuals, I'd say it's probably like 10 to 15% of the Democrat base. They're just, whatever that screen tells them, that's what they believe.
And look how easily they are influenced to be mobilized, to be active, to get engaged. And yet we have the moral high ground, and yet we're still silent in so many ways. We're still not unified. We're still not coming together like they do. But we need to do that. And I do feel that's, like you said, slowly but surely happening. But if we've got a message out there, that's the message. Put aside the hostility that you have towards other Republicans and conservatives and so forth, and come together. Alex Jones was talking about this just the other day with him and his little conflict that he's having with Dan Banajingo, or whatever his name is. And he's saying, hey, man, we don't have time for this. You know what I'm saying? We've got to come together, unite. If there's any hard feelings or any animosity, let's forgive and forget and come together, because, hey, the left can do that. And they backstab each other all the time, and yet they still find ways to come back together. We got to let these little things just sort of roll off our shoulder. Come together, man. That's the message. We've got to come together.
Well, if we don't actually unify to some degree, libertarians, conservatives, disaffected liberals, if all of the people who live in reality, we may disagree on solutions and all this other stuff. That's all ancillary. We agree on the truth. Yeah. And the people who agree on the truth, if we don't organize together, it only benefits the system in power. it currently is. Like the more we let that infighting stuff take hold, the more likely it is that we'll get defeated when it matters. When it comes election time, when it comes time to go to your local school board election, you're like, oh, I don't like that guy running. I'm not going to go vote for him. If he's going to get rid of the DEI in your school, you vote for him.
That's right.
You know? Like that's the way we have to approach this. We have to approach it with a tactical mind. We have to look at almost like a triage situation. We're in a propaganda war, and so we have to treat it as such. We can't allow that to distract us with fights amongst ourselves.
And they're doing a job of fueling that. In fact, there's a lot of agent provocateurs that are doing that. They're whispering in people's ears saying this person said that, because they have infiltrated some of these organizations, some of these independent media outlets.
Of course,
and they're whispering in the ear saying, oh, this person said this about it. And then they believe it. They actually believe it. And then they, oh, I'm not going to have him on the show anymore. Oh, I'm not going to talk to him anymore. Oh, no. Come on, folks. We have got to come together.
And if you got a problem, air it out in public. Air it out. Talk it out.
And I couldn't agree more, but we only have a couple of minutes left, so I want to just jump into this, the rest of this article. Trump, from Decision Desk HQ, 45.5 nationwide, Biden 42.9. That's a 2-point lead for Donald Trump. However, you get into Georgia, Trump 7.6, positive. Nevada, Trump 6.2. Michigan, Trump 4.6. Arizona, Trump 3.7. Pennsylvania, Trump 3.6. Wisconsin, even, Trump 2.4. That brings the Electoral College, if it were to happen according to their polls, 312 for Trump, 226 for Dementia Joe. So, rolling. And I know, I don't want to get into it now, but we'll come back from the break. We'll talk about Michigan, which happened yesterday. But that Electoral College is looking strong, Barry. 312 to 226.
Looks good to me, man. And the Michigan news, well, I won't say anything about it, but that's good news, too.
Yeah, I heard. I did.
Yeah, we don't want to spoil it.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
I love seeing these swing states that strong. And I'll tell you, it all comes down to like 6 counties. The states, it's the counties. It's Wayne County, it's Philadelphia, it's Atlanta in Georgia, right? Fulton County. It's all of these key counties that make the difference. Not a national vote. It's really 6 counties that matter. That's what happened in 2020. You get those 6 counties to keep voting, into the midnight with no one looking over their shoulder, and Joe Biden's going to win. So that's about the way it is, folks. We are out of time for right now. We're only halfway through the show at this point, though. So stay tuned. We got a lot more to talk about. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
All right. We're on radio break.
Mark, were you trying to say something? I kept hearing and seeing you light up. Were you trying to say something?
He was coughing for a second.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. So what happened? I didn't see the Michigan article. What happened? Now I heard that they had a court case, right?
Oh no, I was talking about the primaries were there yesterday.
Oh, that's right. That's right. There was a court case that happened recently in Michigan regarding the ballot harvesting. I don't remember what that was though. Yeah, no, Trump crushed in Michigan in the primaries. I have attention to the primaries because as soon as Nikki Haley was the only one left, I was like, well, there's no way that she's going to win one of these primaries. So it's going to come down. I think they're going to try to pull some shenanigans. We'll talk about it when we come back on air, but I think they're probably going to pull some shenanigans.
Well, they're going to have to if they want to win. They got to cheat. There's no way they can win honestly and fairly.
No. The Uniparty doesn't know how to win fairly because they've never had to. They just do what they want, and if you get in their way, they crush you.
I bet you they don't have mirrors in their house, though. Look at themselves knowing that you're such slime, If
they don't have reflections anyway.
Yeah, they're vampires. That's true.
Trying to find that court case because I thought it was pretty significant. It might have been Wisconsin, actually.
Okay.
Have you guys noticed how many people in the establishment, in the limelight, are dying. It's exponentially kicking up again. I mean, every day now, there's somebody famous, 20s, 30s, 40s, even. Well, the comedian died today, too. I mean, he was 76, but I bet he got jabbed. Richard Lewis, I think is his name, comedian. He died today. And then, of course, Gary Sinise's son died at 30-something. I mean,
no.
Yeah,
33.
Yeah.
He was young.
So
And,
I'm
you
not
know,
saying it's always the shot, but the shot could be making like they
Well,
had
how about this,
they had
too?
a previous condition, but that would make it worse. The shot.
Well, how about this too? Biden went to the hospital this week. Also, the King of England is in the hospital. The Pope is in the hospital. So, what's going on?
Oh, can we get a trifecta? Can we get a trifecta?
I'm just wondering, they not warned about the shots? Some of these people, like at the higher levels, like a King Charles and they have to know that the shot was no good.
How would they even get it? I mean, you're King Charles. You're going to take the shot? Are you crazy?
I would
give him the
guess
shot.
I got saline myself, but
Yeah, I would too.
Well, we do know the one guy. It's not the Moderna, not the Pfizer.
Or they leave
Maybe
the
it's
cap on.
one of the CEOs did not take the jab. He goes, "Oh no, I cannot take the jab. I will not take it. I cannot. It's
what's his
unethical."
name? Orlov's the one that refused to take his own vaccine.
The Pfizer guy?
Yep.
Well, there was another one that was the same way.
Oh,
A
really?
different guy. Yeah. So there was a couple of them.
Why am I not surprised?
It makes sense.
It's just like Monsanto. Okay, they create all this GMO food, but in their cafeterias, they don't have it. They refuse to serve it to their own employees.
Look, that's like Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg won't let his kids get on Facebook or even have cell phones.
You're exactly right, because they know how harmful. And well, Bill Gates would let his kids have some time, but very limited, man. Very limited, because there's something about picking up a hardback book and reading it that's different than staring at that screen.
Well, I've come to the opinion that you cannot give children unfettered access to the internet.
Oh,
you just can't.
Goodness, no.
No. God, no.
Because there's no checks and balances either. I mean, they can access porn. There's no age restriction. I mean, I would say most 10-year-olds are looking at porn every single day.
Some sites ask you if you're 18, to be fair. You know, if you're not 18, you can't click yes. It's not allowed.
Yeah.
I mean, but at 8 or 10, you don't need to be like digesting all that porn. I mean, I understand that kids, when we were growing up, we looked at dirty magazines or whatever, naked women.
Yeah.
That was about it,
Hey, and get ready for the countdown.
And we all giggled and we laughed.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Wednesday night, we're hanging out tonight with Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Doing beautiful.
Excellent. And Dr. 420. What's going on, Doc?
Oh, that Bitcoin doing well. I'm doing well, so
Yeah. We're just one in the same.
Share that wealth, brother. Send it over this way.
You looking? Have you been looking at new cars and maybe a Maserati this time? I don't know.
Oh no, we got a big plan for ours. We're trying to move out of a little bit farther away from Portland and get our own properties. So that's the plan for 2025.
But why would you want to get away from Portland, man? I don't understand.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's the liberal capital of America. It's wonderful, isn't it?
No, it is not. It is not wonderful. It's quite horrible, actually. I mean, people are trying to fix the city. There's a guy running for the mayor's office that was on the city council that is a pretty good middle of the road, what you would call a 90s Democrat. He's running as a Republican, but he's a middle of the road guy who wants to actually change things for the better. We'll see if he gets elected, but he got attacked by Antifa the other day, so he can't even ride the public train anymore.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, and Portland was a beautiful city. Like, how many years ago? It was a really nice place to be. What, 10 years ago?
It was. Well, I mean, I moved here about 7 years, and I first moved to Portland, and living in Portland was great. Everybody was kind of getting along. I mean, yeah, there were homeless people, but it wasn't so bad that it couldn't be dealt with. And there was drugs everywhere, but it wasn't like fentanyl zombies walking down the street. It wasn't like that. It was still a city, but it wasn't dirty, and there was a lot of fun things to do. A lot of really cool small businesses, a lot of theaters, just all kinds of the stuff you want in a cultural hub, right? Mm-hmm. But the policies, every year the policies just got worse, and then COVID hit, and I mean they lost 6,000 businesses in the city metro. 6,000 businesses.
But what are you saying? What Tucker Carlson said, though? Are you trying to say that anti-American Tucker Carlson is correct, that Russia is safer than in certain places in America? That it's safer to get on a train or a subway in Russia than in, say, Portland? Could Tucker Carlson be right?
Man. I mean, I would hate to be charged with treason, but I mean, he might be
treason.
Treason. And I heard Ukraine tried to off Carlson when he was in Russia.
That is true.
Did you guys see those reports?
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. They're claiming
they wanted to blow his car, man.
Kill.
They wanted to do it like mob style. It's in his car and the car blows up.
Well, like they did to that Russian guy with Navalny's. It was
Navalny, yeah.
Yeah, they were going after Navalny, but it was actually his daughter. No, that was the other guy.
Yeah, that was the other guy.
He's dead.
I remember him too.
Well, he's definitely dead. Yeah. They say he died of blood clots, though, which is
right. But I'm talking
it jab related or.
I know who you're talking about. And his daughter ended up dying, and he didn't. It just brutalized him, man. He just was blown away by that.
Yeah, well, I remember the video and just looking at his face of utter shock. Like you can't explain the face that he had when he was looking at the car, and it that's Ukraine, man. These are the Azov battalion guys and the psychopaths that are in their military. They are all about creating chaos and havoc. They just want to kill people. They don't care.
Remember when Georgia's governor's, it was his daughter's boyfriend, his car got blown up. Remember that?
The country or the state?
The state.
Yeah.
Of Georgia.
Remember that? And then he changed his position after that. It was like they were sending a message to him.
Yeah.
The next time it will be your son, or the next time it'll be your daughter. I'm sorry. Yeah. That's how these people play. And that is sort of why people don't stand up, because they're being intimidated.
Yeah, it certainly.
Doc, do you have a cat?
I have a dog.
Making that noise in the background?
He just likes to meow a lot.
Meow.
Yeah, I love it. No, and I'm not complaining at all. We love here, so if we get a little, I thought it sounded like a little cat going meow meow in the background there.
No, whining to get my attention because I was talking.
No,
just give her a mic.
What's your dog's name? What's your dog's name? Duchess. Okay, say hi to Duchess for us. Give her a good little boy. Good boy.
Oh, so she's the Duchess. Is she the Duchess of the UK?
No, she is the Duchess of this household, or so she thinks. A 3.5 pound Chihuahua thinks she owns the whole house.
Oh, a 3.5 pound Chihuahua is she? Okay.
Yeah.
I've of course have my husky Blue, my Siberian husky named Blue, who's a wonderful. I'm blessed to have her, and gosh, it scares me. It saddens me every day to think I've had her for like 11 years now. So.
But do you have a pet bullhorn? That's the thing. Neither one of you have a pet bullhorn like I do. So this is my pet.
Yeah,
I am lacking in a bullhorn.
Anyway, I promised everyone before the break that we would talk about Michigan and the primaries that went down yesterday. There was a big push to get people to vote for uncommitted. Okay, uncommitted was on an option. Joe Biden, uncommitted was an option. And Joe Biden got crushed by uncommitted, right? Just crushed. And a lot of these people in exit polling said, "Yeah, I voted that way because I'm a registered Democrat, but I'm Trump in the main election. I got 9 months from now, pulling the lever for Donald J. Trump. Nothing can change my mind." So, wow, I mean, again, like Nikki Haley, who lost in no one. And by that, I mean, on the Republican, there was an option for no one, and she lost to no one, right?
Yeah.
It did Nevada well. But yeah, this is happening where some of these guys are getting crushed to no one. And that is so good to see. So good to see. The problem is, the Democratic Party, if they want to get these people back, they can either go after the Muslim or the Jewish vote. But it's really hard to go after both. It's very difficult to get both.
That is a task. That's a
yeah.
Well, Joe he deserves to lose in Dearborn, Michigan, after how they cheated Michigan last time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I don't know, man. It's really going to be interesting to see what he does to course correct here and try to go really aggressively after that Muslim vote through the rest of the year.
Mm-hmm. Well, do you go for the votes or the money? You know what I mean? It's one or the other, because the Jewish coalition, what's the AIPIC or whatever it is,
C or something,
they give all the money. If he goes too hard to supporting the leftists to get the votes, they're going to pull funding. They'll give it to Trump. Trump, he moved the thing to Jerusalem. So he's in a no-win situation.
Most of Trump's family is Jewish. I always say when he's down to Thanksgiving, almost everybody at that table is Jewish, with the exception of him and Melania.
Yeah. Well, and that's how do you in the Dearborn situation, how do you court them when you are pro LGBT, when you're pro DEI, when you're pro all of these things that they are fundamentally, like, at their core root against? I don't know how he can appeal to them. I don't think there's any way he can, other than supporting Palestine, which he's not going to do that.
Don't you just get the feeling there's nothing they can do to really turn anything around? So they've got to do something else. And to me, I think the obvious is suspend the elections, man, or steal them.
Yeah,
it's possible. It is possible.
There's no way they can turn the tide. It's going against them now.
But if they've lost half the black vote, according to Rasmussen, I guess, and again, if you can pull up that article and just read it, verbatim, because, man, that sounds like a shocking number. I thought he was at 25% with the black vote, but Trump is truly
the numbers vary. On CNN, the poll will be 25%, or 15%. Right. But in a realistic poll, that doesn't have a political agenda. They do lean a little bit right, but they've always seemed to be fair to me. I've always seen them to be very accurate across the board. In fact, they were the only ones in the presidential daily poll for the longest time. Eventually, they were the only one who would do it. These guys are committed to what they do, and that's the difference from a lot of these fake polls.
Yeah. I've always found Rasmussen to be one of the more accurate predictors. 2022, they were a little off. 2020, I don't know. I think 2020 they were spot on, but the cheating changed. It broke every poll. I think Rasmussen himself even, why do we even poll anymore with all this cheating?
Yeah. when you're printing ballots at 3 a.m, it's pretty easy to throw off the count.
Yeah.
There is no way that you're going to compensate for the amount of printing that went on in polling. You just can't.
Yeah, it's polling. We're really trying to get the people's, here, not whatever you guys are doing.
Yeah, not whatever ballot.
Yeah. And so Wayne Allen Root, came out with an op-ed today that I was reading here and pulled aside, and he said, let me get the exact quote here. If President Trump campaigns block, win it back. Okay, so Wayne saying, I grew up in a black neighborhood, and my high school, I was like the only white kid. I understand what needs to be done to win over the black vote, and you go there. You got to go to the ground. Trump is planning to go to Harlem. He's planning to go to the Bronx. I think Brooklyn. He wants to rent out Madison Square Garden. He's going to go to New York force because they see what they did to him.
No, it's that situation is, especially with how they treated his business. Like some of the other stuff, maybe not so much the business part of it. You don't mess with people's money and not catch attention. And the way that has treated their business people, anybody who runs a small business, I don't care who you are in New York, you're a saint for staying there. Like they completely have devastated the economy of that state. And when you combine poor economy, a bunch of illegals taking all of the social service money, and everybody getting locked down for almost 2 years, you combine those things together, somebody shows up and says, I care about you, that's going to get the vote.
You know who Louis Rossman is?
Yes.
From YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, pretty big YouTube channel. And he's been going at it. He left New York now. It's got to be a year and a half ago. He left a while ago and moved to Texas and said, I'm out of here. What did New York do? Well, they started sending him all these bills for, past due services and whatnot and fines. But they sent him to a P.O. box in Maine, where he'd never even stepped foot in the state. Okay.
Of course they did.
Yeah. And then suddenly he finds out he's got some big injunction against him. They're like, well, what'd you do? Well, we notified you, 30 times here. Well, where'd you mail it to? This P.O. box in Maine. Like, what P.O. box in Maine? Why would I have a P.O. box in Maine? I live in Texas. I'm gone. I left your disgusting, filthy town. But yeah, no, he used to take, go out for walks with his camera for like an hour at a pop and show you what the city looked like during COVID and whatnot. It was horrible. He is documenting his fight with New York every step of the way, and it is ridiculous. It makes for good, content, but
not for running a good business.
Yeah,
he took his
he's got a computer. He's got a computer repair shop, phones and stuff, and he really the origin of his YouTube channel was to make videos about him repairing electronics, right? I'm doing this anyways. Let's record it. I can talk through it and everyone can learn a little bit and figure out, why it's so silly that some of these right to repair things with Apple and whatnot even exist. Because, somebody took their MacBook to the iPhone, say, well, it's a brick. You should just buy a new one. And then they take it to him and he says, okay, this is out. Let me reconnect it, solder it. There you go. Fixed. And, wait a minute. That'll be $9.
Well, and that was one of his big things, was the right to repair.
Yeah.
That's what got him. That's what got him on the nerves of New York City.
Well, yeah.
As a business, his business and the way he was running it and things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's crazy. So, now he's in Texas and he's still just every month or two he comes out with, oh, it happened again. Here's another fine from New York City. They won't let him leave. And so, yeah, he's representative of, and I bet you, if you just look at him in his story, you would not think he's one who's going to Trump. You'd think, oh God, there's another New York transplant that, is going to bring their politics with them. But no. New York ran the guy out because he just wanted to run a business. It was that complicated. That in New York City.
Oh yeah. And you had the politics on top of it with the COVID and everything else that he had to deal with while he was there. There's no reason for a person to try to run a business in that state. And so when you're pushing out your small business owners, your people that really build the foundations of an economy that employ, the neighborhood kid and that kind of thing. When you get rid of that, you have no society anymore. All you do is you have residents of the prison, that it's not really a place anymore. Friends that I know from back east that have gone to the city, they refuse to go into the city anymore. They're just there's nothing to go there for anymore. All of my restaurants are gone. All of the theaters I used to go to are gone. There's nothing there for me to see anymore except for homeless people, and I can do that here.
Yeah, those fire stove pizzas aren't doing too well either. You know what I'm saying?
No,
in New York City, because they don't want you burning that firewood, because that's bad. That's evil.
Oh, the wood-fired pizzas. Yeah. They mean put a ban on those. Put a ban on all of it.
Well, no, one of the business owners that had a pizza shop that did it that way. He was very upset about it.
Yeah,
showed up throwing pizzas onto their lawn. I remember
Yeah,
that
he
video.
did. Yeah. Sure did.
So
Yeah.
Trump needs to go full force to get out that black vote, that Hispanic vote, needs to go out into their communities and quickly target them and say, please come to my rally. You know, I want to see a Trump rally in Brooklyn that's like 80% black audience.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're screaming,
that will terrify
Trump,
the
Trump,
Democrats.
Whenever people sit down and actually listen to Trump or go to a rally or listen to an interview, they always go, wow, I had no idea. I thought he was this, racist, orange man, xenophobic, homophobic, transphobic, blah, blah, blah. So they always, I would say the overwhelming majority change their position on Trump almost immediately when they just take time to listen to what he has to say.
I mean, could you imagine Mika and Joe covering the footage, watching the footage on the air of Trump selling out, I don't know, a 40,000 person stadium in Brooklyn to an all black audience?
They would do what they're doing now because he keeps gaining numbers with, like you said, the Latino and the black community. And we don't understand this. I think it was the Washington Post or one of those newspapers like, we don't understand this. What's happening? How is that possible? And again, that's just gaslighting. They're gaslighting to their base that still believes their lies. That's all that is.
And I'll tell you, those 40,000 people, the next day, they're going to come out and 10 friends are going to ask each and every one of them how it was. Multiply that by 10, that's 400,000 people that are going to get a firsthand account from their friend or coworker or whatever that it was amazing. And they're 1,000% for Trump. And man, if he comes back, you got to go. You got to see this guy. You got to listen to him, check him out. He's the best. Because that's the reaction you get when you go to a Trump rally. You listen to him speak. He's phenomenal.
Yeah, I hear that all the time from people who are regulars of his events, that he can stand up there and riff and talk and make you laugh, and it's not just this big boring speech you go to. It's an event. I've never been to one personally. I'm not one for political rallies. It's just not my thing. When it comes to like the people that do go, that it's an experience. It's just you go listen to a guy, with dementia talking about, old corn. You're actually at an event and the people are excited. The people are friendly. I've never seen a Trump rally have any violence that wasn't caused by an outsider trying to cause problems.
Oh, yeah.
Let's be honest, Trump is funny. Trump is funny.
Oh,
he does great Joe Biden impersonation, man. He does a Joe Biden impersonation.
I mean, during the 2020 election, it shocked me that it was even possible that Biden could lose because people were showing up 2 days before Trump rallies in tents to sleep there. Remember that?
Well, that's how you know they cheated. That's how you know.
Yeah. I mean,
you think?
The numbers just didn't
sell
match
out.
up.
You'd have these places filled to the max, big airports, and then there'd be an overflow area that was completely filled as well, that they never even thought he could. I mean, tens and tens and tens of thousands of people coming to a campaign rally.
And that is disingenuous. Do you really think people were laughing when he was recently on the late night show, Joe Biden, one of those late night shows, the Seth Meyers show, and they had people applauding and laughing as if Joe Biden is funny? When was the last time you remember that Joe Biden was funny? I can't remember.
Not falling down.
Like when he says, "Conversion."
Well, that's
kind of funny.
Yeah, that's
laughing at him or laughing with him.
At him, yeah. Oh, with him? No, that doesn't happen.
No, not at all.
No.
Laughing with Joe is just not a thing.
No, it's what's really sad about that? Like it's kind of funny to laugh at him, but really, like, if just subtract yourself from, like, we have a completely vulnerable elder person being abused as our.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
With that football. Walking around with that football.
Does that not?
Those codes.
How bad things are in our country right now. Like, we have a president who has full-blown dementia, who they trot out in front of the cameras. They dope up with all kinds of speedballs to get him working. And then when he doesn't do the job, he's maligned in the public, and nobody cares.
And
nobody
the media carries on the charade as if everything is normal. Everything is great. Joe Biden is his attack. He's on top of everything. And yet, whenever there's a problem, someone says, Joe, come and see us. We need your help. He doesn't come, but yet Trump comes, and he's not even the president.
Yeah. Yeah. That says a lot about where we are. I mean, maybe this is the peak bad, though. I would like to think this is as bad as it's going to get politically here, unless we can turn it around. I mean, because I feel like there are too many resistance forces at this point. Maybe the United States doesn't continue, but the great nation of Texas does. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the people in charge, they only have two options. They burn it all down around, and in that case, we win and we rebuild, or they stop fighting and they plan for something new in the future. They recalibrate their plans.
I think they really want to pull back because they know that if they keep at this trajectory and at this pace, I mean, it's going to be tragic for Biden or any other Democrat they put up at the last minute. And so I think they're going to be really tempted to do that, but they can't. They can't do that because they've come too far. And it's like a juggernaut. It's got its own energy and motion behind it. There's too many people involved in Democratic attack on America. You know what I'm saying? So they can't just pull back. And that's what I think I'm hoping for, is that they just go all in, because if they go all in, like you said, we win.
If they make the first move, we win. That's how I feel about it. Like as long as we can keep the fringes of the right, you know, the keep them from doing the thing
stupid
that makes
stuff. Yeah,
the
stupid stuff. We got to keep everybody peaceful.
As long as we can keep that.
Yeah.
Because if they make the first move,
we win if we do that, because that's what they're to do, is to turn violent. That is without doubt. They definitely want a civil war. They've even got a movie called The Civil War coming out that has a Trump-like figure. And then you have people like Vice or Atlantic, one of those people. They're going, oh, the right thinks that, you know, oh man, I'm pulling a Biden right now.
It's okay, but that's true. That they do. They have this mentality, like they want it to go violent because that's the realm where the government has the most power. That they can't compete with our propaganda machines. They can't compete against our narrative breakers. And so the only realm that they still have dominance is the monopoly on force. And if they can,
and that's why they turned January 6th into what it's perceived to have been today.
Exactly
what happened that 100%. Day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Vice said that
they needed it.
They think that we're turning that this is all about predictive programming, and it is. And we've been over that before. And I'm not backing down from that just because Vice or the Atlantic or someone says, oh, they're doing predict, because they are. It's propaganda. It's predictive programming. They're inciting people to turn violent. That is my take on it. And I don't care what Vice says. I don't care if they call me a conspiracy theorist. Whatever, man.
But Barry, do you care what time it is? Because we've got to go to break. We'll be back after this, folks. This is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be back right after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
I got so worked up. I pulled to Joe Biden, man. I just froze up, man. It's never happened before.
I've been having.
I think we need to get off Joe Biden. He's rubbing
lately.
off on me.
I don't know what is going on.
That'll happen. Dementia is contagious.
Well, I hope he doesn't rub up against me. That's even worse.
Oh, sniffing you. That'd be terrible.
Him or that judge from New York. I wouldn't want either one of them around. The guy doesn't even wear panties at the gym, they say.
I've heard.
Well, underwear, but you know, with him, maybe it's panties. I don't know.
Probably. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, that guy's a creepy individual. Just looking at his face and his mannerisms, creepy dude.
I wouldn't leave him alone with. If I had kids, I wouldn't leave him alone with my kids. That's for.
No way. Wouldn't leave him alone with my dogs.
Well, you know, there was a liberal professor who got recently arrested for having sex with his dogs. Did you hear about?
Yes, I did. Penn State professor, nonetheless.
Penn State, where the pedophilia runs. Well, now it's bestiality.
Apparently, he caught some new charges too for doing some other extracurricular stuff and getting caught by the same trail camera.
Well, man, don't be so judgmental. He said he was just trying to let some steam off. Come on, he was very upset and uptight. I mean, the things that these people come up with, like as an excuse. Like that. What kind of excuse is there? You're having sex with your dogs. You're a creep. You're insane. You need help.
Yeah, you need help.
I
mean,
know.
how do you even get to that place is what I want to know. What do you have to do to get to that mental state? I just, and that ought to tell you, like, where else is their mind on other things?
Right? Like, how does a person like that become a professor. A long-term professor in a major educational institution?
Yeah, they'll probably promote him.
Money.
They'll probably promote him. Say, oh, you're bestiality shaming.
Oh my God.
Oh, they will. It's already a thing.
That's
Dude,
not
love
a
is
joke,
love,
man.
right?
That is exactly what they
that's
do.
what makes it funny.
Remember the guy that was having sex in the Senate? He was like, "You guys are homophobic and you're shaming me." Well, yeah, we're not homophobic.
He
didn't
get charged. Nothing. No charges. Nothing. He just got fired. That's it.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah.
But Lauren Boebert, you know, she gets her boobie felled
groping up in the dark. You know what I'm saying? Over the closed, and that's the end of the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Now she like switched districts, and now she's like nowhere near close to winning.
That's what I heard.
That seems really weird. That seems odd.
Son, her 20-year-old son just got busted for, like, I don't know, a bunch of different counts for something I can't remember, but that's not good.
She's
dude. I used to hang out in her district.
Like, she's not really. Yeah. She's not really a
red light district.
No, I used to hang out.
Just
I used to live in it, and she was basically very, very popular. You could drive around and you'd see signs for her all over the place, and you'd never see signs for anybody else anywhere else in the state. I mean, like in her district, she was very popular. I don't know why she switched. It's really a mystery to me.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gone.
I think they were trying to pull another Democrat thing where they were reshaping the district, so she thought she couldn't win. Isn't that what it was, or was it something else?
There was something like involved. There was some gerrymandering going on. I don't remember the whole deal though.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it, but yeah, I think she's out, man.
I'm surprised. She really, like, this is something that bothers me about so-called conservative politicians. Like, I'm not conservative. I'll put that out there. But if you're going to say you're conservative as a politician, I want you to act like a conservative. Yeah, I want you to present yourself as a conservative to the public. And that is not something that she ever did.
Well, it's kind of like that one girl. She said, she was supposed to go to a prayer meeting in D.C., and she said, well, I told my boyfriend we're not going to have sex this morning so I could get to the prayer meeting. And she broadcasted that to everybody. I'm like, well, I'm not judging her. If you're going to be, portraying yourself as a devout Christian going to a prayer meeting, you probably don't want to say that you told your boyfriend, that you're not going to have sex with him out of wedlock. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But anyway,
that's
whatever.
kind of my point.
And I'm not judging the person. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying.
No. Well, maybe she had a lot.
Real.
Maybe she needs to pray after what she does at night.
Well, I don't think it was a confession. It was a prayer meeting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, to get out the sin, get that,
pray the sin away.
Get God back on your side.
I guess what I'm saying is I understand what you're saying, Doc, and it makes sense that if you're going to portray yourself this way, you kind of want to, somewhat resemble that.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with her being who she is, but don't try to make your image. And I think it bit her in the butt. I really do. I think there were a bunch of conservatives who thought she was a true conservative, and she's not. That's okay, but she's not that. And I think I think that really bit her in her butt with popularity in her state. I do. I don't think you can keep lying to people the way that politicians have. And I don't know that she intended it that way. It just comes off that way. It comes off as you not being a genuine person. That's how I've always felt about her.
Yeah, you have a good point. That could explain her kind of fall from grace, because she went out and said the things you want to hear. That's for sure.
Yep.
And she voted right. She did a lot of things well. But is she... Yeah, she a hoe? That's the next thing, I guess, is the question.
Well,
but I would say no, but
some people just, like, the image that they try to craft for themselves doesn't fit their actions, and it hurts them because voters really aren't all about the laws and the bills and how you voted. It's really mostly a popularity contest. And if you turn some people off that were big supporters, that can hurt you.
Yeah.
Well, and that's why I never really liked Mike Pence. I mean, I always kind of knew he was not real because he wore his Christianity on his sleeve more than demonstrating it. And then he even said that he didn't even care about Americans. All he wanted to do was just kill people in Ukraine when Tucker was interviewing him. And that basically was the nails in the coffin of his career.
Yeah.
Yeah. He didn't word it quite like that, but how did he word it again?
I'm giving you my interpretation. Yeah, I'm giving you my interpretation.
Yeah, yes. I do remember that. I'm not here for Americans. I'm here for the, like what?
Well, that's what it is. He's wanting to fund the Ukraine war. That's all he's concerned about. That's the most important thing. Forget about the people. He did say forget about the people. He said forget about you guys. I don't care about that. All I care about is you. And what is Ukraine? It's a murdering machine. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have died.
Yep. For what?
Oh, yeah.
So the rich people can get richer?
They are not going to win over Russia unless we have World War III. And that looks like what they're gearing up for. All these nations are now giving more money because America's not able to. Everybody's saying we're going to send over troops. We're going to send this over. We're going to send over tanks and airplanes and all kinds of stuff. I mean, they are amping up to make sure this thing spreads like we talked about, man. It's definitely going to be spreading if we don't stop it. And look, here in America, we may, but these other countries, they'll remain loyal. Macron was just talking about that, and Trudeau was just talking about that. They still want to support Ukraine full-blooded, 100%.
Yeah, the EU is very, very much all in on this, and it's I don't know what they're going to do. Like, if Russia decides that it wants to go to war with Europe, or vice versa, that's going to be a huge problem for everybody. Like, that's not going to end well for anyone.
And that is the ultimate goal of the globalists. They want hell on earth, and then they can come in with offer their solutions, suspend the elections. They can do everything they want to do, and I think they're going to have to push for that because they cannot win in 2024. And once Trump wins, just like Alex Soros said, it's over for the globalists, at least for a good while. And all the globalists have admitted that if Trump gets back in, it's over for the New World Order, at least for a season.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be, we're going to live a lifetime in the next 6 months, a lifetime of events.
I don't see any way how it gets calmer. I would love for it to get calmer. I would love to have still waters, but it does not look that's what's going to happen. I don't know. I don't even know how that could happen. I've wargamed 1,001 different ways, listened to 1,001 different people wargame it, and I've yet to hear how that could happen. Now, I get from a miraculous standpoint, that's about the only way.
All right, you guys got about 30 seconds. More
I don't think we're going to pull back necessarily. It's going to take a while, I think, because there's going to have to be new trust rebuilt.
Oh, yeah, and that's just the beginning.
Yeah.
But that is the ultimate victory. Then where we go from there, like Neo said in The Matrix, is up to us.
Yeah.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to part 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Folks, we are on every Wednesday, 6 p.m. Eastern Time for Trey, 3 hours, and every Sunday night at 9 Eastern Time on this station for 2 hours. So make sure to come back. Make sure to check everything. We have a lot of fun on this show. Tonight, I've got with me Bullhorn Barry and Dr. 420. Bullhorn Barry, say hi.
Hi.
And Doc, let's get him a little bit of your voice.
Hello.
That audible chocolate. Chocolate you call it. Vocal.
That's the first time I've heard that one. I'll take it.
Let's dive into some news. So, from Twitchy, really, guess who's receiving a First Amendment award just days after this happened? Okay, so CBS famously just laid off Catherine Herridge the other day, right? You know that story?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, the big swan event that she talked about.
Yeah, one of the only really reliable people in the main media. They took her from Fox News even before Fox. I can't remember where she was before that, but she's always been well known to be very fair and be able to get into, a story of Trump if he did something bad, or Biden or whoever it is, get to the bottom of it. She didn't care. She was fair.
Investigative journalism.
She was one of the few left in the mainstream. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. They lay her off and they keep her records. They say, no, fast. Yeah, journalists usually get to take that stuff. But for you, we need this stuff. The names of sources that they've been trying to get at through government, subpoenas and whatnot in court cases. She didn't have access to that stuff for several days. And then her union wrote a letter and said, hey, man, what y'all doing here? This is really bad. It's, what is it? SAG AFTRA is the union. You can't do this. Unheard of. Give her stuff back, or we will no longer, be
and weren't they
friendly
specifically
terms.
Looking for stuff on the Hunter Biden case that she was looking to? That's what I heard.
Could be. Yeah, I don't know. You heard that?
I heard she was looking into the Biden corruption stuff. Yes, that's what I heard. Yeah. Now it might have been the Biden. It might have been from the Burisma side of stuff, where with Hunter Biden, or it might have just been their co-dealings. I don't really know, but I do remember hearing about the Biden corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So either way, the president of CBS has just been nominated for a Freedom Award, a Freedom of Press Award, Freedom of Speech Award.
Out of here.
No, yeah.
Of course, naturally, right? Nobel Peace Prize winner Obama.
I'm quoting here from this article again. The RTDNA Foundation is pleased to announce its class of 2024 First Amendment Awards honorees, recognizing 13 individuals and organizations for their efforts to promote responsible journalism and the constitutionally guaranteed rights to do so.
God.
Okay,
dude, you need a button where you hit for hysterical laughing and mockery. Just hit that button right now, because that is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. We should mock that to no end.
It's like Obama getting a peace award.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. All of these awards and accolades that the establishment is giving is a fraud. I mean, even the Golden Globes and the Oscars and all that junk and jazz is just a big, giant hoax. It's a charade. They give it to whoever they want to. It's not necessarily who earned it.
Valid.
So it's honestly just shocking. I mean, it's peak clown world is what it is. Peak clown.
Yeah, and we're coming into that. It's only going to get worse, my friend, and that's the beauty of it all.
I said it's only going to get worse.
Yes, because people will open their eyes and will be laughing hysterically.
Yeah, you have to laugh at them. Like at this point, good gracious.
And one of the things that the deep state hates more than anything is when you mock them. They despise that. And that's why they hate memes so much, because it mocks them. That hurts their little pride that they have, because they are so narcissistic that anything that pinches at that drives them nuts.
That's why comedians
are the most powerful tool we have on Team Right, okay, is that we can make these memes that cut to the bone, and they're out there in, I don't know, a minute, 2 minutes. We just have such a vast army of people who get it, and it's easy when you're right. You know what I mean? When you're correct in your convictions, you don't need 14 paragraphs to explain your meme.
When you tell the truth and you have nothing to hide, there's no loopholes that you can come at it. At least not any legitimate ones.
Well, you
there's
don't
that
have to
running joke commentary or whatever it is that, the right can make a meme. The left has to have 4 paragraphs to explain it.
Because they have to create the fake world in which their scenario will happen.
Yeah, or their meme makes sense. If you have to, accept 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 before you can even start laughing at my meme.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have these preconditions, and that's where the truth always is going to defeat the propaganda. Is in making fun of it. Comedians are the front line against tyranny, and memes are the the online jokes of the masses. It's like the meme militia, as I like to call it, is an essential part of our victory. Like, without mocking and shaming these people into total ridicule by the rest of the populace, without that, we have no chance of victory. Because if it is not, for the people who just follow the crowd, if it's not mockable and shameable, they'll go along with it. But if you mock and shame it, they won't. Yeah. And I hate to say this, but there are a large group of people in this country and across the world that need to be moved in the right direction. And I would prefer to do it with jokes and laughter rather than the stick. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. But these leftists, they live in a world that's so carefully crafted and in a narrative that's so built for their worldview that if you attack it with a little bit of humor and truth, it falls to the wayside. It can't stand up to it.
And don't forget about the sheer joy of watching them melt down as we destroy their delusions and derangement.
Yeah, meme them until they cry, and then when they cry, make a meme about them.
That's right. Yes.
Make Democrats cry again.
Yes. Oh, you gotta love the culture, though. It's such a beautiful. And once you get that red pill and you start looking around at what's out there, like a meme supreme group or something like that, where you just get in there and you've got a team of some of the like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 people that have known each other for years and just get the humor and make memes for each other. It's hysterical. It just goes on. I mean, that's
anybody on the right going over to the left now, do you either? It's always people on the left to the right. That ought to tell you a lot as well.
Yeah. Well, the truth and the positivity attracts them. Like, it's the Stone Toss did a wonderful cartoon about this, where there's a guy in the center arguing with the leftist, and the leftist pushes him over the right line, and the guy on the right catches him and goes, "Hey, buddy, you okay?" And the guy on the left goes, "Racist." You know?
Yeah.
Like they push him. They push him right into our arms, and we catch them, and they're like, "Oh, that's a racist. Get him."
We knew he was a racist all along.
Yeah, exactly. Like that is in it. As long as we can making them do that, we're gonna win. Because they'll eat themselves eventually. We just got to survive and not do the dumb stuff, like fight amongst ourselves or do something violent. We just have to keep building our culture out, keep changing minds. Voting is a part of that, but we got to focus on our local communities. Like, if you've lived place for 40 years and you don't know 40 people from that neighborhood, that's a problem. You know, you got to go out and get to know where you live. There's all kinds of, but the memes and the comedy, that's what breaks the ice. And it's our godsend, really.
That we know when to hold them and know when to fold them.
Very true. Very true.
All right, so let's move on a little bit. We got Hunter Biden testified today before, what is this, House committee, House Republicans, closed door testimony, but we have his opening statement, which I don't know. You guys want me to read it?
Oh, yeah, give it to us, man.
Go ahead.
I'm here today to provide the committees with one unquestioned fact. That should and have. Oh, sorry. Let me get closer to my screen here. I'm sitting way back. One uncontestable fact that should end the false premise of this inquiry: I did not involve my father in my business. Not while I was a practicing lawyer, not in my investment or transactions, domestic or international, not as a board member, and not as an artist. Never. Good luck with that. Good luck.
The paperwork says all different.
Well, you know, the left can say whatever they want to say if nobody does anything about it. If there's no indictments, if there's no investigations, then they can just declare whatever they want to, and people will go, "Hey, well, if he was guilty, they would have gone after him." But it's like what Doc was saying: not everybody has a backbone yet.
Yep. Well, to be fair, this is the House Oversight and Judiciary. Okay. Yep. And this is an impeachment inquiry into Joe Biden, the big guy. And now you have a son who is basically flat out lying in that statement. Not make any. He's
haven't they presented all kinds of evidence already? I mean, it's not like that's unknown.
He sent that letter to China. I'm sitting here with my father, right? On and on. All the calls, all the meetings, all the dinners,
the money
all the
transfers
everything.
that he didn't pay
The
the IRS
golf.
for.
Mm-hmm.
You name it. You need $20-30 million they've uncovered so far.
Yeah.
You know, shocking amounts of money, and the diamonds, and you name it. It goes on and on and on. And here he is going in there saying none of that happened. So I don't know. Good luck.
I think they're going to nail
he's got
him.
a chance.
I think they're going to nail him. Actually, I think they're going to nail him. I think that the only option that he has is to go in there, lie his butt off, and hope that the only charge he gets is lying to Congress. That's his only hope. Because there's too much evidence that's like all the stuff that they've dug up with the just Burisma alone should convict him. Like that, and that's not all the other ones. Like that's not the China deals. That's not the artwork. Because all of the people who bought his art. We talked about this on the show. I think last time I was here. All his art was bought by Democrat donors.
Well, and they were going $750,000 in some cases and whatnot. And he insisted on knowing who the buyers were. And the art gallerist or whatever was like, that's very rare. No one ever comes in and says, I must know everyone who buys it.
Yeah, because I owe them favors.
Or something. Yeah, like who would buy this
yeah.
for $700,000, right?
Well,
who would do it?
Yeah, if you're the president's, I might, because that gives me influence, because that's the only reason people do that.
Well,
Like,
if Biden goes to jail, then that art will probably go up in value.
Fair point. Fair point. Touche.
Actually, it'll crash to zero. I mean, actually have some value at some point as like just a weird part in history. Like
John Wayne Gacy's
well, some celebtard would love it, man. It because anything that's like a little bit deranged, they like.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is true. Balenciaga's proof of that. Anyway,
Jamie Lee Curtis's weird photographs as well. That's kind of
yeah. They do have some weird taste, but that's typical for the rotted liberal brain.
Podesta, we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. His are bad. His are really bad. They're creepy. These people, like, people tell you who they are in the things that they own. Like, you can learn a lot from people by the things that they own.
Oh yeah, especially art.
Yes, very much so.
One of the Rockefellers just passed away on I think
that's
Monday.
right.
Mm-hmm. Woohoo!
And
I
think it was his brother that posed with that Abramovich woman.
Yes. No, it was him. He was posing with Marina Abramovich with the lead.
Him.
It was Satan and is leading his armies or something like that.
Yeah, painting.
And by the way, she likes her pronunciation of her name to be Marina Abramovich. That's what she says is the real pronunciation of her name, Abramowitch. And so I guess she likes the fact that she is, some kind of crazy demonic witch, which I think she is based on, the stuff that she does. Would that be like
a bull witch? Is that Brahma is a bull? Bull witch? I don't know.
Brahma,
anyway.
Wouldn't that be like some pagan god or something?
Something like that. Seems like her whole appearance is very dark occultish. Like from her art, her spirit cooking persona is very.
Oh yeah, straight out of the Crowley textbook.
Yeah,
straight out of 270 years old. I mean,
Well, for 270,
have these little artistic rituals where they eat people and there's blood involved, and there was some slavery scenes that were involved in one photo that I saw. Just really creepy stuff, man. I mean, like I said, the left is predominantly racist, man. I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying it because it's true.
They certainly
that picture
act like
just
it's
showed
true.
a very dark side of life. You know what I mean? That just was that picture with that. It was just creepy to look at. Even on hang in your home. If you're hanging that in your house, dude, you've got some issues.
Well, I think those people. I think my first wife, she was very much into the occult stuff, like studying it and understanding it. But the people who live around that stuff, they welcome that dark energy into their life because they believe it gives them some sort of power. And this is a common thing for people in high-level positions to get into the occult to give them an advantage, because they've taken, they've gotten so far in life, but now they're competing against other uber wealthy people and other uber powerful people, and there's a small sect of them that gravitate towards this occult stuff, and you can see it throughout history that they gravitate towards this stuff to get power over their rivals. And when you're willing to, scrawl in goat's blood on the wall or do other rituals, what else are you willing to do?
The artistic value, it's to get, like you said, power. And I don't know if you saw this or not, but it was in Greenville County. The sheriff was giving a speech talking about how they arrested 45 people for child pornography and child trafficking, and one guy was into wanting to eat a baby. Cannibalism.
Yeah.
The cannibalism thing is very real, and they're promoting that crap in the movies, and they're promoting that crap in the propaganda, and it's some sick stuff, man. And then people actually buy into it, and they try to carry it out. Like this guy, he hired somebody to bring him a child so he could eat the child. This is like in the state. This is on Channel 7.
Again, we try to be family friendly here. Let's just try to. It's horrific stuff, but again,
it's beyond Hansel and Gretel. Let's put it that way.
These are the people that Rockefeller hung out with. Let's just put it that way. Those are the kind of people that
allegedly and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Allegedly.
I don't want to get allegedly.
Well, yeah.
But at the same time, let's talk about another corpse. Mitch McConnell, 82. We were just talking about the House. Let's talk about the Senate. He's going to step down.
So another one where you need that cheer button.
In November.
Yeah, well, at least he's out of there.
Yeah, at least he's out of there, we hope. So, again, he used to be able to pretend he was okay, and then it just got, you're like, dude, you suck. Like, you do things that nobody likes, that nobody wants. Why are you doing this?
He sabotaged the entire Republican Party. In 2022.
Yeah.
There should have been a red wave. The Republicans should have taken both the House and the Senate, and that was done deliberately by him. They funneled money into campaigns that had no business getting money from the Republicans and avoided the campaigns where they had a shot to bring their winner in, and they didn't do it. And
because they were too Trumpy and whatnot. They didn't support anybody. Yeah, that was in the Trump camp at all. They only supported rhinos, and that's what you get. That's why you get nothing, because you support rhinos. We need actual change in this country for the better. Folks, we are at a precipice. 2024 is the deciding factor in the future of our country to a large degree. We say it every time a presidential election comes around. I can't stress that enough. But I don't know. This time it's different. Does that make sense? Does that make sense that this time it's different?
It's got me off the sidelines. I'll tell you that.
Yeah,
I did vote for many years, and now I'm voting.
We got to take a break. We're up on a hard break here, but when we come back, we're going to bring much more passion to the conversation and really take it over to the finish line. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Oh my God, I can use my real voice again.
Oh my gosh, I can use my real voice again. I'm so good.
I hate having to use that pretend voice on the show.
I'll be right back.
I like your real voice better. It sounds more professional. You sound like a radio disc jockey. Did anybody ever tell you that before?
Oh, look at that.
No, but I can sound like one.
In a world of Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio. I don't have a deep enough voice to do that, though.
That's why you have the bullhorn.
Where is it? Where is it?
In a world, it sucks. Doc Torrey and Censorship Sucks and DREAGUS Productions, also known as Drake Productions.
It's Drake and Gus.
Did I not get anything out of? Not even.
Yeah, right.
Go there or nothing. He must not be in the house.
I think he was so frustrated with not being to Skype before that he's just,
He's relaxed. He's in his own position.
He's just trying to come back down. You can raise 7 kids, but Skype will end up getting you.
Hey, listen, that is no joke, okay? The way that Windows does their updates, I have to mess with my audio settings every time they do an update.
Yeah.
I lost it completely on an update. I went blue screen. I had a laptop and it did an update and it was blue screen.
Ugh. I wonder if Mark figured out what the issue was. Right?
Probably. Microsoft.
Like one of his kids put a parental permission on something. Like.
There you go. You can't enter this without parental permission. Locking him out of his Discord.
It's funny. It's like that South Park episode where the kids lock their parents out of the like murder porn stuff they were all getting into.
No, I missed that one. I haven't watched that.
Oh,
one
it's
in
so
quite
funny.
A few years.
Yeah, the password is how do you tame a horse in Minecraft? So they're freaking out trying to figure out how to tame a horse in Minecraft.
Uh-oh.
Use a carrot, right?
What's that?
Or is it the apple?
Yep, there you are, Mark.
You use a
you
carrot
feed him
or
apples,
an apple
Mark knows.
to tame them. According to my kids, I don't play that. Like.
But it's a password every kid would know and no parent would ever know.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
Which is the beauty of South Park. They're just
they have kept the torch, like we were talking about with the comedy thing. They have really Family Guy fell off, American Dad not so much. Simpsons definitely fell off, but they've really especially the last 2 years have really made a hard comeback. The censorship stuff really affects artists, and they're not having it, and I love it.
Yeah.
Nobody gets any.
And, look, let's not forget that the Book of Mormon was like one of the best plays on Broadway, money-wise in years.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, Jerry Seinfeld's not taking it either. So a lot of comedians are kind of saying,
"All right, you got 30 seconds, and then we'll be back."
Yep. How long?
What's that, Mark? 30
seconds.
Yep.
You know how that
works. Is that enough time to pee?
I doubt it because I just got back.
Oh God, I really need to pee.
Oh no.
That's a good sound. Good, I like it.
I really need to pee, but
Here's your countdown.
Do I have time?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. And we're coming down the home stretch here. You guys having fun?
Oh, yeah.
Always. Oh, yeah, man.
Always flies by, fun. Too, when we're here. I keep looking at the clock, and I'm like, man, we've been here 3 hours already? Jeez.
I got to say, the first hour felt like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
20 minutes.
Well, we fought through those technical issues. That'll do that.
Yep. Makes it interesting.
Because the first hour was only 45 minutes.
You got a point.
Okay, let's go to this story about Elon Musk weighs in on Joe Biden turning Americans into a refugee for the world's worst criminals. Gosh, we've been talking about this all night. I should have brought this maybe up earlier. But yeah, Elon Musk came out on it and he said the ability to discard your identification documents from any country, walk across the southern border, and claim asylum has turned America into a refuge for the world's worst criminals. We talked about it before. Like, if you're running Ecuador and you're not sending all your criminals, your prisoners up to America, you're missing out on a golden opportunity to drop crime significantly as well. Yeah, murder's down 22%. Was it right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Go figure.
The one thing I love about Elon is that when someone gets enough attention from the right, he picks up on it. I have some disagreements with the way he does things. I'm a fan of him, like, as a business leader. But the fact that he's bring attention to this is such a huge value. We have a billionaire on our side. he may not be 100%, like he may have his own things going on, but he's on our side. Because if our side doesn't succeed, he can't achieve what he wants to do.
Well, he's definitely ticking off the left. He's definitely
and you say billionaire, but the richest man in the world.
Yeah. Well, on the ones we know about. The ones we know about.
Well, yeah. some Rothschild baby just inherited probably half of Canada yesterday.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, it is amazing. I mean, he paid 40 trillion for Twitter as a as I can kind of thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
$44 billion because I want to.
Yeah. So, I mean, you got that kind of money. It's not he's a billionaire. It's that 44 billion didn't even matter. Well, and again, he took that on a wish and a prayer, really. It's a company that was about to really go under in the next 5-10 years if they didn't change course. I mean, it would be, MySpace is looking good today, right?
Right? Yeah, I agree. Well, but I think this goes back to the fact that he really believes, and I'm just interpreting this from what I watch and from what he says, but he believes in the free market, free speech, religion principles that this country was founded on and allowed him to become a great businessman. And if he's seeing that being way, that's going to destroy his opportunities to get us to Mars, which is his ultimate goal, right? So it only behooves him to be on the side of the people who want that world. But on top of that, when you have as many kids as he does, and one of them gets taken from you and transed, that's going to make you a little bit angry as well. So I think he has some personal motivations in this.
Well, I don't think he's on Joe Rogan. That shows he wants to join humanity to some degree. And most of these globalists are not in touch with humanity at all. They've totally forsaken that lifestyle. They live in a totally different bubble than we do.
Yes, and I don't think I think he lives with one foot in both worlds. I really do. I think
Mark Zuckerberg's trying to do the same thing, but he's a globalist through and through. He's trying to do karate or jujitsu or something like that and pretend like he's one of us, but he's not. And you can see how just out of place he looks when he's doing these events and he's around people. It's like, I'm around people. That's strange. And I remember when Elon Musk first went on Joe Rogan, he looked strange. He looked out of place. But now he's finding out, hey, we're the cool people. The globalist, rich billionaires, control freaks are not very cool.
Yeah. Well, and he doesn't have to hide his, who his beliefs are. He doesn't have to hide them anymore. He doesn't have to pretend to be all like, hey, let's get rid of this thing and that thing because it's good or whatever. He can actually just be like, hey, I want, there's logical reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing and I want to do them and I want humanity to be good, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, if you're a globalist, you have to give up your free will. You've got to be a team player. You have to be a team player. You cannot think independently whatsoever.
Exactly, and I think that's what bugs him so much about what they're doing is the hive mind mentality.
Exactly.
You can't be a hive mind and be a engineering genius like he is. You can't do it.
Yeah, and again, he's got all the money in the world. Imagine even when you just get your first billion, how different your life is as far as how you consume news and information and whatnot. You've got little teams of people that are out there working for you.
Yeah.
Bringing you the information that you trust. People filter it in layers around you and whatnot, right? You don't waste time scanning through website. You just get what you need to know. It's amazing. $1 billion net worth gets you, if you can make 7% a year on that, that's $1 million a year to live off of without touching your principal. 70 million of walking around cash every year. Right? What are you even going to do with that?
Well, you're going to influence society. That's what you're going to do. And that's what a lot of these people do with their money.
If you want to buy real estate,
like George Soros.
Million,
exactly.
It's crazy. Yeah. George Soros. Well, you got to know George Soros's motives. He's the man that took down the Bank of England, right? He's the guy who made the Asian contagion. Remember that? back around in the 90s, I think. He made that happen. He fabricated those. The color revolutions. He makes those happen, and he makes millions and billions and billions and billions of dollars doing this.
And he's been fighting to get that federal
country.
offense taken off as well, because he's trying to use his power, money, and influence to get his, federal offense that he was convicted of wiped away.
Yeah. I mean, the guy's a currency trader, and he dabbles on the side influencing politics. If you're in politics, you're influencing the currencies. It's one and the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's how he does it,
And that's what I'm saying.
He's a master at it.
It's a huge importance for our team. Those, it's like that. The fact that Elon's on our team is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, George Soros is an enemy of humanity.
Yes, 100%.
In fact, anybody behind the green agenda, zero emissions, is an enemy of humanity. That agenda is an enemy against humanity. Period.
Yep. It is. It is. The depopulation agenda is one of the scariest things to come out of the green stuff. It is probably the most terrifying component of what they do, because it can justify so many things. So many horrible things can be justified under, hey, we've got to reduce population. If we don't, everybody's going to die. So, but that's but that's what I mean. We have guys like Elon. If we don't have him, if we don't have Twitter, if we don't have some semblance of free speech to the masses, they take over.
Yeah. And, that's something that we can never, we just have to fight. We have to fight. We have
Every
to,
day.
well, okay, I don't mean fight with your punches or nothing. I mean, get out there, and what I do and what I know makes a difference is I have this platform. I can speak to people directly, and you get to hear what's happening and why it's so important and understand. And so I get to spread this message. I consider it such a gift and an honor to be able to be here, twice a week, 5 hours a week of radio time to get out the word. Barry, man, you must love it. It's such an honor to be able to talk to everyone.
Man, I love it. I mean, I live just to have my voice heard. I mean, it's that important to me.
Yeah.
And
so
I
we
see,
work hard
I see
behind the scenes.
I see just giving your opinion. It can be poetic. It can be beautiful. It can be cinematic. It can be artistic, because you're about all the things that matter. I mean, you have this huge canvas to go from, right? And then you can use creative to convey that. And we see that happening now with a lot of these influencers. They're using videos. Vivek Ramaswamy did a great job of that when he was running. He was putting out videos left and right, and people identify with it. Not everybody wants to sit down and read, for 20 minutes. They don't have the time to do that, but they'll watch a 3 or 4 or 5 minute video.
Doc, you've got your podcast. And while you're here, go away and talk about what your podcast means to you as far as you trying to do something to change the world and make it better. We want to make the world better. We just don't want to sit here and complain and moan.
Right.
We want to fix the world.
What I try to do is I try to
plug your podcast repeatedly, by the way, while you answer this. So.
I on my Saturday show, my Saturday crypto talk, I do.
What time?
It's up at usually about 9:30, 10 o'clock every Saturday. I don't do it live, so you don't have to worry about catching it live, but it's up on Rumble every Saturday. I have a show. And what I try to do
What's it
with
called?
that, Saturday Crypto Talk. Very simple.
Okay.
There you go.
But no, what I try to do is I try to convince people to understand that they are pushing us in a certain direction financially. They are actively trying to create a world. And if you can get ahead of that, if you can master this technology that's called blockchain, if you can get involved in this, building this new future financial service, you are actually going to have an ownership of the future and get to be a part of deciding what happens. When we take money away from the government and put it back in the hands of the people, we take away everything that gives them the power to do all these horrible globalist things they're doing. And that's what I try to do. I try to inform people about all the bad things that are going throughout the week. And then on Saturday, I try to bring you the news that's going to allow you to financially take advantage of all the things that they're doing because they want to put the world on blockchain. What they would love to have is they would love to have a central bank digital currency attached to your credit score, your social credit score, and your personal carbon credits to be able to dictate everything you can buy, do, and say on this planet. And if you can adopt the technology before they can, you win the race. And I think that's the big thing for me, what I do.
Yeah, which is why the blockchain is such a revolution. You know, it's this thing that exists on everyone's computer. You know, it doesn't have a home. Its home is everywhere. If you've got, you know, if you've got a wallet and you're hooked into the system, you're hooked into the system.
Yep.
You know, you can buy, trade, exchange. You can do anything. And if you're sitting there talking to somebody who says, "Hey, I want to sell this car. I'd love to get some Bitcoin," well, bam, done deal. Here you go.
And not only that, the government can't come and just take it from you. They can't just shut down your monetary supply. They can't just take away. They have to actually get in your head and get your seed phrase and break your password. They would have to physically convince you to give them their password. And that is the thing, that sovereignty from the government's ability to push you around is the power that blockchain gives you. And of course, they don't want us to have that. So that's why they're trying to build their own system to put us on. I think, if we can, be free monetarily, if we can be free in our speech, if we can be free in our interactions with other people, the globalists have no power.
That's right. You got to exercise those freedoms, man. And they're trying to intimidate you to do that. So if we don't do it now, there may be a time and a place where we won't be able to do that.
Exactly.
So speak now or forever hold your peace. Now is the time to speak up. Now is the time to speak your mind through creative venues and creative ways, whether that's painting, whether that's movies or short films or video or memes or whatever. Start doing it and do it now.
Or teaching your neighborhood kids how to garden, how to fix a car, how to work on a house.
Yeah. Anything that elevates you, that elevates you and self-empowers you and makes you more self-sufficient is a good thing. But I would say start with you. If you don't have good health, you're not going to have the energy to carry on any of that stuff out.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And by the way, when you buy your kid a car, get them one they can fix on their own. Get them something that is, like 90s, the 80s even, something that where there's there's just parts you fix. You swap out the parts and you fix your car.
You mean a car that they can't turn off and shut down?
Exactly.
If you're going to an anti-Biden rally and they just shut your car down when you're the guest speaker, yeah, you mean that?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Something like that.
But anyway, I got two more stories I want to cover tonight. One, and we'll spend just another 3 or 4 minutes on this, and then we'll get into the one I really want to talk about. White House planted operative inside Fani Willis' office to push prosecution of Trump from therightscoop.com. therightscoop.com. From Breitbart, the Biden administration planted a Democratic office, planted operative as a source. It would present a strong argument that the administration interfered in the 2024 election. Anyway, Doc, take it away.
Well,
they planted somebody inside the Fani Willis office so they could, keep an eye, keep track of everything, direct everything. We saw basically during her testimony over the last few days, she's not the brightest.
She's completely incompetent. She was a tool, totally a tool. That she was put in charge because they could do that. Because she would never suspect that there was somebody in her office working for someone else. That's why she was allowed to be in charge.
She knew, she knew they were connected to the White House, but didn't care. It's important. I got a White House, something.
Exactly.
Here,
that's what they do. Yeah. This is how the democratic machine works, and it is a machine. It runs.
Oh yeah.
They know what they're doing.
It's finely tuned.
Yeah, they've been doing it for at least 5 decades.
We're just far too nice to be a Democrat, though. We would never cut it, man.
Do you see? It's finely tuned. It's finely tuned in a way that this prosecutor
out of tune.
Is so bad. I mean, they've got her lying straight up. Mm-hmm. Her and her man were 20,000 text messages, something like that, 2,000 calls over 10 months.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
like stalking numbers. If any, I don't care how beautiful you are, ma'am, miss, whatever. If you're texting me that much, like, this ain't gonna work.
But that power is an aphrodisiac, man. That power is aphrodisiac.
They say that's they say that's the biggest aphrodisiac is power.
Yeah,
I'm just saying for the guy in that relationship,
like George Soros with some beautiful woman.
The guy in that relationship is like, man, she's got the power, so I put up with it. And he's like, oh God, again. Hi, baby, I love you. Yeah, see you soon.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure he was just playing the game.
She's like, then another. Well, what time are you going to be there? Oh, what shirt are you going to wear? Oh my God, seriously?
Yep.
Right?
Yep. And they will. Women who are like Fannie Willis, they wield their power in that way. They do. They just slap it around all over the place. They don't care, and it's one of the reasons why you have these problems. You get lower on the totem pole as far as quality candidates in office because you can control them, and this is the kind of thing that you get. I don't
know. She seems pretty calm and cool and collected to me. I don't know what you guys are saying.
Oh man. You
just
lie.
have it all together.
You're like that governor in Alabama we were talking about earlier. You lie. You just lie and lies.
Lying dog. But she is one of those. She is one of those typical Democratic operatives, though. She really is. I'm not surprised at all.
Well, yeah. And again, that case should fall apart, but it's Donald Trump, and so it probably won't.
Yeah. Well, I hope
don't
it
know.
does.
It should. But if there's justice,
she'll get promoted. If she gets taken down, they'll find a new job for her that she gets paid a whole lot more money. They'll say, "Good job, well done. You did it just as we asked you to do it."
Oh yeah, failing upwards like they do.
Got to do that upward mobility if you follow the deep state.
And if she is kicked off the case, whoever comes along behind her is going to say, "Wow, she did nothing." She squandered a few grand and whatever, right? Like under the table stuff. Where'd you get the money? Oh, I just have money lying in the house. That's just how I roll. My daddy taught me. Yeah, my dad taught me that.
Yeah. First Where did it come from? That's the question.
Have a year's salary stuffed under your mattress. Yeah.
Diva Fry was doing her trial, and apparently she was atrocious on the stand. And there is, if the justice system has any justice left in it, she is definitely going to be out of there, and that case is going to be dropped. Some of the stuff that came out in that court case is horrible.
Yeah. Another one I liked, a commentary from her was Mandy from the body ghost language, the lady that does all the coverage.
The body language lady,
yeah, body language ghost or whatever. Mm-hmm. She is phenomenal. That was funny. She's like, let's put aside the fact that this dress is on backwards, right? So let's just get past that, right?
Right.
And she's like, yeah, every woman knows this is on backwards. But went on to just talk about her demeanor and her sources and, looking up to the right and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, you're guilty.
Oh,
but I don't know. Hey,
the left sees her as bold, though. The left sees her as just, empowered, feminine power. They see all of that, defiance as beautiful, as wonderful. Her unprofessionalism, that's all like positive traits on the left.
Yeah, That is true. That is true.
Hey, do what you got to do. By any means necessary is a massive organization on the left. By any means necessary.
Yeah.
It means just that. By any means necessary.
Yeah, don't say the left doesn't have values. They do have values. They're just not the same values that we have.
Yeah, and that people on the right make that mistake. It's not hypocrisy if you look at it through the right lens. The lens is power. If it gets them more power, they're willing to do it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, not going to disagree. Anyway, the story I really wanted to get onto, let me pull that one up, is, this is from Gateway Pundit. Patriot street fighters in Wisconsin can show Republicans how to win 2024. And it has to do with basically quantum computing and the ability to get away from the MySQL way of doing searches and focus on where voters are registered, and then look at those addresses and what they are, and kick out lists of things that don't make sense, right? Like if it's a fraternity house and there's 50 people voting there. You know what I mean?
Interesting. So
that makes no sense.
Yeah, well, so they're going to use a computer tool to comb the rolls and get rid of, or at least highlight. Because I don't know, man. I just always concern when it comes to elections. I'm always concerned about computer stuff. I always am. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that makes me a Luddite. I wouldn't think so, considering I'm into Bitcoin and crypto so much. But when it comes to elections, I think we really need to get back to one ballot, one person, ID, one day to vote.
Well, Mike Lindell has announced that like 30 plus counties have already signed on to do hand counting ballots for the president for the election in 2024. So 30 counties, which is a good start.
Well, I mean, at least there's people making a commitment.
I think some of those are in like Georgia.
So that's a good thing. That's good. That is good. Yeah. Well, because there's states that there were states that are Democrat strongholds that are going to take decades to fix, like where I live. It's horrible here. They've been in charge for like 35 years here in Oregon. But like there's places like Georgia where there's enough conservative people that you can flip it for Trump. And, you know, if you focus the right amount of talent and money and focus like this computer program into a place like that, and you can clean the rolls up a little bit and make it a little more just in the voting practices, it's a big win. It really is. But I worry about computer stuff with voting. I always have. Well, it just freaks me out.
They're going back to every county.
Let me read a little bit from this. Okay. Let me read a little bit from this article because it really kind of blew me away. As we show on our microsite for election-related stuff, quantum compute technology can deliver in any country in America in 30 days insight showing where ballots will be mailed in 2024 to ineligible addresses, costing Republicans the election. No lists, no stats, no algorithms, just live real-time data to your phone, tablet, making video of them and posting them all day long at 200 million transactions per second. The left is invested in crappy voter rolls, and Republicans are hamstrung to get them out. So this is a way that they're claiming here on Gateway Pundit to cull the voters' rolls, right? To turn this thing on in every single state and suddenly start spewing out addresses where you're sending multiple of ballots to people who very likely don't live at this laundromat or this, whatever.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, if we can use technology and actually find voter rolls that are dirty and clean them up, that's probably a good thing. I just, when you're dealing with something like this, it's an easy attack vector for the left because they have, not everybody understands technology. And it's really easy to convince people that something nefarious is going on.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, to me, this is a way to fight the machine, to get out there and just start saying, hey, it's here. This is an issue. This is an issue. These are specific places that shouldn't be getting these ballots. But anyway, we are out of time. Folks, thanks for listening. And we will see you on Sunday night. But Mark, our producer, DREAGUS Productions, has a lot more contact coming your way. So
my real voice
and keep listening.
Good.
We're going to check out. Stay tuned for more from DREAGUS.
Have a good one, folks.
All right, and we are out of here.
I wanted to expose your real voice, man. I think it's only fair that the audience knows what you really sound like.
My throat's killing me. My throat's killing me from talking like that for 3 hours.
It's got to be rough.
So Wobbly's been in there listening to us tonight. He said I had some buffering issues earlier. I don't know. I'll have to go back through and check. I've been having issues early on, so. But the radio side seemed to be all clear in that, so
that's good.
I've been checking that. So,
all right, gentlemen.
You always
I'm going to go eat some dinner. You guys have a good one.
Hey, thanks for coming by, man. That was a lot of fun.
Take it easy, Doc.
You did a great job.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Come back again.
Thank you, Doc.
What's up, Doc?
All right, switching over here.
So, yeah, that was
getting
fun.
some stuff ready. We can do a little bit of the after show while I take and get things planned and switched over. Got about 5 minutes.
Mark has to sacrifice one of his early hamsters that he was now feed the insatiable mongoose that is now running his
that poor little
his
bastard
treadmill that runs his computer.
I can see it. He needs to be on that YouTube show.
I used to have some birds too that would take and go back and forth between the signals. That was back when I first started, and I had to break those out. They were kind of rusty because they didn't exactly know where to go this time. I'm like, no, over there, you stupid bastard. And Willie was like, laughing at me earlier on Facebook. Like, you said the F-bomb. I'm like, yeah, I did. I was like upset and I wasn't on the radio side. I'm like, you won't catch me doing that over there. But I was getting kind of upset. But it'll all work out in the end. I'm like, I kept a calm head, and that's what you got to do with live radio, because anything can happen anywhere, sometimes you expect the best and hope for the worst, or the other way around. No, expect the worst and hope for the best. That's what it is. The Murphy's Law.
I think you handled yourself well, man.
Yeah,
I think you did.
We got through the first 3 hours. We got about maybe 2.5 more hours left to go till I get over there.
You'd like
on
to
the other side.
roll with the punches.
Yeah.
David Lee Roth, man. Take us out with David Lee Roth.
What are you doing? Why do you do that? We're still, we have issues with certain
Again, 3 chords.
That do that.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
3 chords.
Yeah,
3 chords.
Plus, it was so off key. There's no way they could get me.
Right.
It wasn't even the right notes.
Yeah, I never heard that before from them.
Well, that wasn't that song. We put it through AI, and that was a different song.
Yeah, that was an AI version of something else that was, All right, guys, I'm gonna try to switch over and see if Skype will let me do that.
Yeah.
Since it took me about 20-25 minutes just to connect tonight to you guys. So let's see if I can.
Yeah.
You guys hang up and see if I can hang up on my end.
Did you figure that out?
Right?
Do you have any idea what prevented you from getting in 30 seconds or less?
It's what these updates are. They're adding extra patches and filters and stuff to listen in on us, most likely.
Okay.
So.
If
update that just says do me a favor and hang up on your end and see if it helps me hang up over here.
All right.
And I will catch Barry, you guys on Sunday. Sunday.
You want to jump back in and talk, or are we out?
No, we're not. Yeah, we're off.
No, I was asking Barry if he wants to continue talking alone. We will hang up.
Yep.
But yeah.
All right.
Forget it. I'll see you guys later.
All right.
Man. He's not jumping in being like, yeah, let's hang out, man. Yeah, no. All right, so forget it.
No.
You're not down.
No.
I don't want to hang out with someone who doesn't want to hang out with me.
Get out of here.
I'm trying to connect over, and it's not letting me disconnect from you guys. So come on now, guys. What the hell?
I'm gonna head out myself. We'll make it later next time.
Did you guys hang up?
Peace.
No.
I'm trying to.
So I can disconnect the call.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're no longer live and on the radio side.
I know we're not. Oh boy. Wow. What a mess I am telling you tonight has been. But we will get things up and out somehow, some way. I will make this work with Hammer. All right, looks like I'm going to have to quit Skype. And I'll try to reconnect. 3, 2, 1, let's see if I can reconnect. Thanks everybody out there who's been with us tonight from the beginning to the end till, well, not quite the end, but up until this point. Really appreciate y'all sticking around. We do get up and out there. I do stretch all my abilities for broadcasting. We're out on probably over 14 platforms now, so maybe it's time for me to get an upgrade on my system. Well, we never know. We'll find out in time. We had all sorts of fun before. We'll have more fun later. And of course, it's got to take and, try to find and connect. Well, at least that came up. I didn't want that. And we might be getting connected here. Looks like Skype found something. Alright, well, hold on, folks. I will be getting us connected up to the all-new Cafe Enigma, where we will talk about everything from what's going on in the world to, stuff like UFOs. Hope you guys enjoy stuff like that. And sometimes we have Jack Carey, who will talk about Bigfoot, Dogman, and other folks that come in. It really was a hassle earlier tonight when I had to use the phone and kind of hold it up to the okay. Stand by, folks. I'm going to put the standby sign up. While we get everybody connected up and ready to go. Normally we have time for like a pre-show. I don't know if we're going to have a pre-show tonight with the way things are going with Skype and everything else. I've been having kind of a rough night tonight. But, sometimes when it's rough like this, editing later is usually pretty easy, unless things are horribly wrong, and then I'll have to go through. And I really, go through my edits really heavy. Come on, Skype. Calling the group right now. See if anybody's home. Normally we'll get Victoria Vass, and she is a researcher into the conspiracy type stuff, and she has a lot of knowledge about a lot of things. Then we have D, who is our host. He'll probably slide in here like last minute or so. And then we have Nancy Planetta, the Wiccan Vixen, who does paranormal side and also does some other stuff for us too. Talks conspiracy as well as some really not talked about current events type stuff. Mm-hmm. Come on, folks. Ring-a-ling-a-ling. Let's get this party started. There was a time when everything just went smooth, but with technology, it don't always work out that way. Why? Well, it's technology. Come on. Hello, hello, hello.
I guess you can't hear me.
I can hear you good. How you doing?
Okay.
And David Campione in the house tonight. Probably talk about some UFOs. All right. How you been, David? I know you've been trying to get in the last couple weeks and all.
Yeah, well, I've been I had this eye thing, and last week it caught up with me. I had a sty, and I guess it was I don't know, it was a big one, and I went and scratched it and made it worse.
You made it worse.
So I couldn't even, I made it worse. So I could barely see. And so I went in my eye doctor, and he said, heat a potato up, cut the potato like a little red potato, cut it in half, and then heat it in the microwave, and then get a dishcloth and hot water, and then you can't put it on your eye because it's so hot. But
right.
As it cools down a little bit, you put it on there, and it kind of takes the sty away.
What's it?
Potato.
Is it because the starch and stuff like that draws that out of it, or did it?
I guess. It's the only thing I can think of, Mark. I don't know, because they didn't give me anything other than use the potato, and I thought, well, they're fooling with me because I haven't been there in 4 years at the eye doctor. So I went and looked it up online, and now they weren't lying. There's all kinds of information about it.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry, Dave. Listen, the reason nobody's here is because nobody got the call.
Really? That's really weird, because I've been having problems with Skype for the last 2 weeks, and now my system's pretty much almost locked up.
Yeah, well, you are not even displaying a picture, and I can tell you, I've been talking to John for like the last 10 minutes. we didn't get your call. I just happened to look into the chat and saw that there was a join call button.
Yeah. Weird. Weird stuff's been happening.
Yeah, I had Skype on. And it just for Enigma, and it just said join call. So I just clicked on because I didn't get a call either.
Yeah, something's definitely not right. And I tried to. I must have an old cell phone for you. I tried to call your cell phone because I was like, "Where the hell's Mark?"
He's in the fire.
It was
right?
really messed up earlier tonight.
I'm like, I know they're evacuating.
It was really.
Are you okay with those fires, Mark?
That's in the Panhandle. I'm in Central Texas. I'm like I'm like probably 500-600 miles away from there.
Oh, good.
All right, let me let John know.
Yeah, tell him join the call. This is just weird stuff going on tonight. I don't know. It's showing you guys registering, so.
I don't know if Dee's looked either. I got a message from him saying he was trying to get on. He'd be on in a few minutes, but that was like 8 or 10 minutes ago.
I mean, it took me. It took
There's
me.
John.
Hey, John, how's it going, buddy?
Just came in.
What's up, man? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Dude, we just didn't get the call for some reason. I'm telling him, I'm like, Mark, we've all been sitting there waiting for the call, and we never got the call. I just happened to jump in and saw the ghost call.
Yeah, it didn't show you logged in, Mark.
It doesn't even show me logged in.
Yep. And you didn't respond. I messaged you saying, are you okay?
Well, nothing, you know, I hear you guys, but I'm not, everything's locking up right now for some weird reason.
You want to try?
Your screen is glitching.
I can't reboot, or I've already, I started stream. You know how it is when you're on stream. If you cut stream, that's it. You know.
I know, but I don't know if you're going to be able to maintain screen. I'm looking at your avatar right now, and it's blinking all over the place, dude.
It is.
My avatar?
Yeah, your logo.
Your logo.
The logo's blinking, flashing.
It's sending SOS out, Mark.
All right,
Yeah,
let me
much.
cut Skype and try to do this again. All right, I don't know why it's doing that.
Well, just bail, huh?
Yeah, you guys stay in the call, and I'll just join the call. All right?
Yeah.
Or get a call going, and then I'll join once I take and get everything going here on my end again. There is something over here that's trying to interfere, and I don't know what it is. Sorry, folks. I might have to end stream early tonight if this keeps up. I really don't like this. I've never had this up until about a couple weeks ago when Skype did, and there was some other updates that came through too. It changed everything. How my system reacts and connects and all that other good stuff. So we're going to do our best to try to get a regular show out on the radio side, though we might not be over on this side. If that happens, I will try to let everybody know where the links are so that you can still listen to us. You won't hear us in between the breaks if that happens, but you will get to hear the shows. This has been one crazy night. What the hell's that? I'm going to breathe and try to make this work. I don't know. Folks, please bear with me. You know, for the love of God, you know, I'm doing everything I can to make this work. So, let's see what I can do. I've worked miracles in the past. They don't always come through, but, you know, I'm praying right now. Stand by, folks. I'm really trying to get this to work. Stuff is trying to come up. We don't know how long it's going to take or why it's taking so long. Let me close some stuff down, see if that helps out too. There we go. That's one thing down. Oh boy. So how's everybody doing out there tonight? I hope you all are doing okay. You know, and I hope you get a little tickle out of this, because you know, sometimes, you know, learning it, you know, it's not easy behind here, working all this. We do get it. Yeah, Yeah, Wobbly, you've had problems with your updates also. Yeah, I don't know what it is here lately. They just seem to add more and more spyware. They want to know what's going on with us, add more, stuff in there to take and monitor where we've been, what we're doing, listening. It's never enough. That you should be able to buy a program or get a program, and then when you take and get it, you shouldn't have to mess with it after that, right? No, that's not how this works. So, I might have to rethink some things here on how I take and broadcast from here on out. I hope not, but I might have to make some decisions on how I'm going to do this. Yeah, we got about 4 or 5 more minutes, and then I got to take and get us up and on the radio side. So, not fun at all. It's one thing if you worked at a radio station, you're only working at that radio station. Or if you're on the, one platform, you never have to really worry about it. But then again, if they cut you off on that platform, you have nowhere to go. That's why I'm multi-platform. And I'm always out there. I'm trying to always, get my hosts out to the most biggest audience I can get them out to. Always try to take and get them to have a lot of interaction when they can with the folks. So I don't know. Making it, I'm pushing hard on my system right now. Like I said, maybe it's time for me to get a new system. I hope not, Let's see here. As you can tell, I am working hard on this, and I am trying to get you all to get the best stuff out there for our shows tonight. Let's see here. Test, test, test. Okay, that's working. See if I can get my encoders for my audio broadcaster to go to get us on the radio side now. Oh, everything's just taking so long tonight. And then I have little patience when stuff like this goes on. Or you'll find that, when you're in this kind of situation, if you don't, haven't been through it before and that, you oh, man. Here we go. Let's see. I got something. Maybe. And one day it will connect. I don't take the standby off because when it comes up, we're going to go live and hot right then and there. Yes, I smoke. And that's probably a good thing right now. That way you don't hear me cursing and swearing. Okay, we got something up now. It's asking me to start the call. All right, I'll try to start this again. Add a little bit more into our time to get us on the air. I get a little bit of play time with that. Not much, but I do. Everything wants resources tonight for some reason. I wonder why that be. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Maybe if I try ending the call. Yeah, like that was going to work. Not responding. Oh, why? Oh, boy. What a night. Oh, what a night. That's what Barry was saying. And now Skype doesn't want to respond. Oh, boy. Oh, well. Not Skype, but Sam's. Ay, 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 ay. Well, folks, you know what? Hey. Ugh.
Come up on that truck and got him. Oh, okay.
Hey, I can't get us on.
There's Mark
Yeah, I'm here.
We see it. Nothing.
You don't see anything. I'm trying to work on this. Everything's crashing. Nothing's working. I am about to go bananas. We are.
We just need to know you're safe.
Yeah. Well, nothing's working here. I'm like, my whole.
You're safe?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm safe. It's just that I don't know what's going on with this stupid computer. No, hell, no. I don't think that's what it is at all. There's been updates over the last couple weeks and patches, and it's caused nothing but problems for me the last couple weeks. Yeah. I'm gonna call it a night.